Very good. Welcome, everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 7th. This is a work session of the Pickens County Board of Commissioners, and we are doing citizen board interviews today. I'd like to thank Laura Pritchard for being here today. And perhaps it's a great last name. And I will just kick off by asking you, why would you like to serve on the Citizen Grant Review Committee?
Good question.
And you know everyone here? Rob Bittner, our new commissioner.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Nice to meet
We've
you.
met before.
And Jack is over at the Colorado Counties Inc. meeting for us, attending on our behalf. So
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
I used to be the executive director of the Aspen Youth Center starting in 2000. And when I left Health and Human Services in 2004, I was always really interested in staying with it in some realm. And the Pickens County Grant Review Committee kind of fit that perfectly. I have a passion for health and human services in this community in particular. And I know that the grant committee reviews community gems as well. But really my interest comes from the health and human service side of it. And to be involved with that is important to me. And that's why I'm interested in continuing. Thank you.
Rob?
Let's just start with kind of a softball thing. Just tell us a little bit about what you're involved with here in the Roaring Fork Valley, because there wasn't a lot in the application.
Yeah. I moved here in 2000. I grew up in New Jersey and went to school in Virginia and New York and came here in 2000. When I moved here, I got the job with the Aspen Youth Center, and after the ARC was built, I was interested in kind of moving on to new challenges. That was the exciting part of that job for me, was the transition from our old space right over here, or wherever, into the ARC, and that was a great project. I loved doing that. And then I got a job with Aspen Orthopedics. I run their nonprofit branch called the Aspen Sports Medicine Foundation, and we are a nonprofit organization who focuses on research, clinical research in sports medicine, as well as education of the community, and we also run a fellowship program. So it's medical doctors who finish their residencies in orthopedics come to Aspen for a year of specialized training in sports medicine. So that's my job. Recreationally, I do a lot of road biking and mountain biking. I ski in the winter. I just participated in the Trails Day on Wednesday with Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers.
Great.
So yeah, I try and stay busy.
How are the Drosty Trails looking?
Really great. It's going to be pretty fun. I'm pretty excited about it. We worked from lower line to high line to kind of connect it, but it's not quite connected yet. So actually on Sunday I went up and rode from the airport to the radar and then the single track that's up there until it kind of cut off. So I look forward to completing the loop in the next couple of weeks. I hear it's like 3 weeks away.
Thanks for your work up there, yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a perfect day for it. It was great. We had a great number of volunteers too. It was a great day. Yeah.
George?
A question first for Mitzi. Mitzi, we have two vacancies. One is designated as a regular or youth, and one is a youth rep.
Correct.
So I don't know in terms of the bylaws for this, but if we're unable to get a youth rep, can we fill that with an adult?
I don't believe so. That's not anything that's specified in the bylaws. The bylaws are pretty clear about 5 members, 4 of whom are adults, and 1 or 2 youth members being part of the team. But I have secured a youth member.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yes,
Good.
luckily. And she's going to be coming before you in July for her interview.
Yeah.
And she sounds like an amazing young woman.
Great, because I know that's always could be a challenge.
And I actually had another nominee. So if I've emailed her, if the other nominee, who is going to be an incoming senior, responds to me, I might entertain adding and having 2 youth. But at least now I've secured a young woman. Her name is Tara Spears, and she is an incoming junior, so we can have her for 2 years.
So, Laura, I can't remember if you came before us with the grant committee last year, correct? I don't know if you mentioned it or another committee member, but one of the comments that came from the group was that based on the increasing need from the Health and Human Services side of community, which is currently gets about 83%, I think, of the grant monies, and the rest go to general other nonprofits.
Community gems, yeah.
Yeah, and someone mentioned that possibly they would want to look at reappropriating some of that more towards the Health and Human Services side. So I don't know if that was you, but what's your thought on that?
I definitely agree with that. That's been discussion among the group, I feel like, for several years. Yeah, I think that some of our community gems are fantastic. Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club in particular is one of them. In fact, I actually group that in with the Health and Human Services in a way, even though they are considered a community gem, just because they provide such a valuable need to the youth in our community. I definitely could see us cutting back in funding some of the less needed gems that I kind of look at them. Some of the after-school programs that are much smaller, that we give a token amount to, a couple of $1,000s. I could see them merging together and working together better, spending their money more efficiently. That's my take on where some of the money could go away from the community gems and go into Health and Human Services. I just feel like some of these community gems are organizations that are out there for a short period of time that aren't working very effectively, and they could do a much better job if they were to kind of group together, work together. I think the Health and Human Services aspect of it is doing such a good job in collaborating with POD for Pickens County. All of the executive directors get together once a month. I just don't see that happening with the community gems. Not all of them do I feel that way, but there's a handful of them for sure. Two groups in particular, which are actually grouped in the Health and Human Services, are the equestrian groups.
Actually, they've been taken out.
Oh, they have? Okay.
Yes. As of last year, we're now classifying them as community nonprofits.
Community, okay, yeah, same thing.
Community nonprofits.
So, yeah, those two groups in particular, I feel like they could be more effective working together. And I know that there's history there and there's a reason why they're not together, and I can appreciate that. But that's a perfect example of where the community nonprofits could do a better job. They could learn from the Health and Human Service nonprofits and be more effective.
Because one of the other concerns I remember was raised, and even I think from our board, was the possibility of duplication of similar
For sure.
services.
Absolutely. And that's been a topic since I was the executive director of the youth center. Absolutely. I felt like that for a long time, that even our Health and Human Service youth organizations could maybe do a better job in not duplicating services and working together. And I know that they to some extent, they do work together. Like, for example, we used to have buddies come to the youth center and hang out there after school. It was a great place for them to spend time. But I think that in terms of sharing administrative costs, especially in the last 2 years when the financial climate was so difficult, it would have been a little bit easier for people, I think. The stress of fundraising would have been relieved a little bit. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that answered your question.
It did.
Yeah.
Michael, I think you were next.
Laura, thank you for being on board, and thank you for the work that you put into it. Do you think the structure that we have in place works well?
Yeah, I think it does. In fact, I was reading, I think you guys had a meeting it must have been May or late April, about the idea of adding more board members. I think it was you, Rob, who said that maybe 7 people would be a little bit more effective. I think the way the committee is set up right now works really well. I would always welcome maybe 1 or 2 members to add to the discussion. It's a long process, though. I know that it's only a certain time of year, but to review all of the grants and then sit down and discuss them takes a long time. So I think that if we were to add more board members, we'd have to be careful to not focus so much discussion on one grant, and create a way to make it more time effective if we do add more people. We appreciate and value everyone's input, and I find the committee to be wonderfully respectful of one another. I enjoy the process because of that, and we just have to be careful about how much more time it would take when adding more board members to the committee.
So what's your feeling about renewing the Healthy Community Fund?
It's really important to me. Yeah, this fall is a busy time for me, and it would have been maybe an ideal year for me to step away, but I'm passionate about staying because I want that fund to continue. I'll work pretty hard on the election if, whenever you guys decide that it'll go forward. I know that there's been discussion that maybe it'll be this fall, but it was always fall of 2012, potentially, or?
Yeah, one or the other. They're just
Yeah.
taking temperatures out there, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, which I appreciate. It's impressive that our community passed it, several years ago, and we did, and it's a credit to all of us that it's so important, and it does do a tremendous amount of help. I think in the last couple of years in particular, you guys and Mitzi have seen that and how important it is, and thank goodness it was there.
Yeah. So we've had other visitors come
Yeah.
and we explain the structure that we have here, and I guess it's unprecedented.
We are so fortunate to have what we have
Yeah.
with this fund. And with our citizen board,
Well, I
our
think that's
dedicated
what's
folks.
really,
Yeah.
that's really the interesting part of it,
Right.
that the county decides it needs to raise money, but it allows a citizen group to distribute that money
Well, and
in a
kudos to
meaningful way.
Yeah. Kudos to Picken County, because, some of our other counties don't step up in the same way that Picken County does, and I'm very appreciative of that. I think a lot of our citizens are.
Let's hope so.
I
Thanks,
agree.
Laura.
Sure.
Additional board questions? Well, thank you for serving, and thank you for reapplying. That's always a good sign, I think. And I was just noticing, you're now in the building next to me at Hunter Creek. I'm in the
Yeah,
building.
I live in Building 7. Yeah,
Yeah.
in fact, I remember when it was maybe broken into by a bear.
Yeah. That was a little while ago, but yeah.
It's such a beautiful garden out front. I always appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for noticing that. It's getting more of those perennials to come back each year. So, do you have any questions for us?
No, I don't think so, other than to say it's such a pleasure working with Mitzi and Nan. They do such a great job keeping us organized, and we're grateful for them. So, thank you. Thanks for everything you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll let you know, as soon as we have a chance to discuss it and pull board back and things like that.
Okay,
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Susanna. Susanna, while we're waiting a second for Jason to come in, why don't you tell us a little bit about the Redstone Historic Preservation Board, what they do and how long they've been in existence? And you know Robin, our new member.
Nice to meet you.
Well, they've been in existence since 1980, and at that time, the Redstone, the village of Redstone was designated as a historic district. Part of that district is also on the National Register. I think it's the first part of the boulevard, including the inn. And then, so the board is charged with reviewing anything that happens on the boulevard, basically, and within 1,000 feet perimeter of the town site, which essentially is the boulevard. There are a couple of other properties on the north end that fall into that perimeter, but they typically, I don't think they'll ever be developed just because of their geography.
So they have total veto power over various additions and renovations to the historic buildings?
Yeah, there is obviously an appeal process, so if the board doesn't approve a project, the property owner could come here and have you guys make a ruling on it. Yeah, so basically everything from fences, decks, any modifications to non-historic buildings, and modifications to historic buildings and new construction.
But not things like colors or gardens or...
No. We have gotten a little bit into landscaping because we are trying to avoid the spruce tree hedge kind of situation that has popped up in a few places, but that's really the extent of it. And then we try to meet once a month. We don't always have development applications, so we don't meet if we don't have a specific application. Some of the things that we're struggling with right now are signage and lighting that people have concerns about on the board, and just kind of storage of vehicles seems to have taken over in the last 6 months. So
Okay, well, we'll chat again more about that. Thanks for the brief. Are you Jason?
I'm Jason.
Oh, Jason, come on up. We were just asking Susanna a few questions about the overall work of the Preservation Board. Come on up to the hot seat. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How's everyone?
Very good, thank you. I'm Rachel Richards, chair this year, and Rob Ittner, our new commissioner. I don't know if you, I know.
George Newman?
We've met, yeah, just briefly at one of the kind of community chats.
Okay. And Michael Owsley. And Jack Hatfield is away on other business at this time. Well, I'd just like to welcome you here and thank you for applying, and then to ask you the first softball question.
Sure.
Why are you applying to be on the Redstone Historic Preservation Board?
Sure, yeah. I think first and foremost, broadly speaking, I think it's very important to be involved in the community that you live in, and obviously that's something that's important to you all as well, based on where you're sitting. And I've only lived in Redstone for just a little over 2 years now, but I've been in the Valley for about 11 and spent a huge amount of time up the Crystal Valley. That's kind of where we would go to recreate. So the Crystal Valley and Redstone in particular has always been very important to me and my family. And having gone through we built our house in 2009 on the boulevard in Redstone, and so we went through the HPC process, we went through the development application process. And it's something that I'm familiar with professionally, and something that I enjoy being on both sides of the table, participation of. And I think lastly, the character of Redstone and the history of Redstone is very important to me personally. I think I've learned so much being involved in kind of maybe less formal community organizations, and then participated on the open space committee for the management plan of the various open spaces in Redstone. And I learned a huge amount from the people that participated in that, and the history is so relatively young. And I really like that about, that you're able to talk to people whose families directly participated in the formulation of the recent history of Redstone. And the character that is there now that has been preserved, I think is extremely important that be preserved. And at the same time, I also think it's important that it's not an exhibit in a glass box, and people live there, and people, not very many, but people have businesses there, and the ability to, I think, mesh and overlay the viability of Redstone as a place to do business and a place to live, and potentially as a place to develop where it's appropriate, and the preservation of that history, I think, is very important, and I think the HPC plays a huge role in that.
Very thorough answer. Other board member questions?
Let's
get Michael first.
Okay, no problem.
Jason, what was the most useful part of the open space planning process for you?
I think it was very clear to me that it's a very involved community, and it's very small, even when you take into account kind of the broader Crystal River Valley, and the amount of community participation and the amount of interest that was generated for that process was very eye-opening to me, and in that I got to know a lot of people in the community that I didn't know, and got to see that the input of the community members into that process was heard by the county staff at the county level and the county commissioners when that document was brought to you. And so I think that was really important to see that the kind of grassroots level community participation actually follows all the way through into the policy level. And now seeing that the grant that was brought over that's going to fund the implementation of some of those plans, that to see that go from starting those meetings, that 6-month process, and actually go into what will be an implementation was I think very important to me to see those when people give their time to see that actually come to fruition, because I think it's not unusual for those processes to kind of drag out, and we made this document 10 years ago, and now we're ready to do something, but maybe we should redo it because it's kind of old now. Those kinds of things. So I think that was very important.
Thank you.
George?
You mentioned what I think is a challenge up in Redstone is to try to maintain businesses up there. With such a short season, and especially with the economy as it is now. I just wonder if you see an opportunity to interact with the Redstone Community Association as a member of the Historic Preservation Committee to try to address some of those issues?
I do, and I've thought about that quite a bit when I decided to apply, when I was approached and then decided to apply, that I really think that there is an opportunity for the two organizations to interact in a way that promotes the viability of essentially the tourism that happens up in Redstone, because that's really the driver. I don't imagine that the residents of Redstone are the ones that keep the general store open, going in there every once in a while for a bag of chips or whatever. But this isn't something I've talked to anybody else about, so I don't know what ideas have already been put on the table or what viability of certain ideas are. But I think you can go to the inn and pick up a pamphlet and kind of do a self-guided walking tour and learn about the history of the buildings on the boulevard. And I think that's a really great start. But I think in some ways otherwise the history that you see on the boulevard is apparent for what it is because it's physically there. But I think that there are some opportunities to maybe more deeply integrate the visitor experience with the history. Way out in left field, I work a little bit in computer modeling, and I have imagined having a computer model of the town of Redstone in a way that you could watch the evolution from the Osgood era kind of through now and see Redstone as it was with, when you see the photos, and that was one of the things that I really enjoyed about the Open Space Planning Committee is people were bringing books and photographs and seeing the narrow gauge railroad and the interchange over the coke ovens and the big flyover and the way the Coal Creek was realigned to make the coke ovens work. And you don't really get a sense of that necessarily unless you're able to bump into somebody who has that information. And I think there may be ways, not that wouldn't be a huge amount of effort, but there may be ways to express that a little bit more accessibly to people. And I think those kinds of things would be amazing, and I think would promote Redstone as a destination for those businesses, and also I think be a valuable way to continue to preserve and record that history. So that one's kind of maybe a little bit out there, but I think there are potentially incremental ways kind of along that path to start that integration in a way that I think creates a positive interaction with the RCA and creates maybe not an additional purpose, but another purpose for the HPC to be involved.
Thanks.
Rob?
Well, that was kind of my main question, so I might ask you to elaborate a little bit. In the purpose of this Redstone Historic Preservation Board, it says the education, to promote the education, cultural and economic and general welfare. It sounds like you have some great ideas in terms of the promoting and educating, which I think is an important part of this board. Do you think you'll be able to implement some of those and move forward with some of those ideas?
Yeah, I think so. I think I get the sense from talking to a couple of the current HPC commissioners that there's a broad level of openness to kind of energy and ideas, and I think it's really up to the amount of energy that the group is willing to put in, and the sky's kind of the limit in coming up with some of those ideas. I think fundamentally speaking, as a more or less a regulatory board, I think oftentimes that type of group is either passive-minded, it connotes negativity, but passive and or reactive, that when something happens that you don't like, then the board has to get together and say, how do we deal with this? And I think another thing that I'm very interested in is fostering a positive relationship between the broader members of the community and the members of the board and the way that the board operates. I've sat on the design review committee at River Valley Ranch for 4 years or so, and so I've seen when you sit on that side of the table as a regulatory group that inherently there's going to be some level of discomfort or dissatisfaction because you're telling people what they can do with their property or with their buildings. And so I'm very interested in finding ways to make that as positive of an interaction as possible.
Very good. Any other board questions? Well, let me ask, why did you pick the Redstone area, the Redstone Valley, to build your family home?
We moved to the area in 2000, and I think started the way many people typically do. We rented an apartment, and we've lived in kind of all of the communities in the lower valley since we've been in the valley. And I work in Carbondale, so it's pretty easy to live just about anywhere, in the lower Wardfork Valley, and interact as a part of the community. And before we moved to Redstone, we were in Carbondale, and I very much enjoyed being in Carbondale and working in Carbondale. There's a lot to that kind of being a part of the fabric of the community where you work and live. But we found ourselves every weekend traveling up to Redstone to recreate, to have our kind of time off up in the Crystal Valley. And we've always loved being up there. And we also, it had always been a dream of mine to build our own home. And particularly at the time when we bought our property in Redstone, Carbondale was absolutely unattainable. 2007. In terms of buying a home or buying property to build a home. And so it was kind of a confluence of, we'd go up there and have a picnic and say, wouldn't it be unbelievable if we could live up here? It's so beautiful, and it's a world away, even though it's only a 20-mile drive. And that opportunity presented itself, and so we were kind of surprised by it and then jumped on it.
Very good. Well, again, thank you for applying. I don't think there's any other questions. You really present yourself well, and I can see your interest in the community very strongly. We have one member away right now, so it'll be a little while before we actually get to talk about appointments. So if you haven't heard back from us, don't take it as a sign of anything.
Okay, sure.
And again, thank you so much for your contributions.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm going to slip to the ladies' room real quick while we're waiting for Kathy Montgomery to come in. Oh, is she already here? Okay, I'll wait. I was wondering. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, I'm Kathy.
How are you? Right on time. Perfect.
I suppose I should sit.
That's the hot seat.
All right.
Welcome today. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
I'm Rachel Richards. I'm chair this year. Rob Ittner.
Hi, Rob.
Nice to meet you.
George Newman. And Michael Wowsley.
Hi.
And Jack is away today at the Colorado Counties Inc. conference. So, thanks for coming. And I'll just kind of start it off easy for you with why would you like to serve on the Redstone Historic Preservation Board?
Well, I was asked by a good friend, Peter Martin, and I've been in Redstone for almost 3 years now and plan to stay for a long time, and have gotten really involved in the township. I'm on the Redstone Community Association Board, and I really love Redstone, and I want to see it preserved the way it should be.
Thank you. Michael?
How should Redstone be preserved?
Well, I think one of our biggest attractions is the historic nature of Redstone. So I think that any new building should fit in to the historic nature of the town. I'm not an architect, and but I do really appreciate. I went on the historical tour that the I forget which group organized it for the first time last year, and I was able to tour many of the original little houses and the ice house and the old firehouse, and it was just fascinating to me, so I thought that was pretty cool.
Part of the purpose of the Redstone Historic Preservation Board is not just to preserve, but also to promote the education, cultural, economic, and general welfare of the public. How do you think we should be promoting those things?
Well, I think Redstone has gotten a pretty good website up now, and I think that's been a really big help to trying to get the word out about our little town and what we have to offer people. The coke oven renewal process is just, people are stopping there constantly watching the activity, and it's already, I think, drawing in some new people. The Crystal Valley Echo is another good vehicle for promoting the town and the historic character of the town, and the summer guide. I just perused it this morning and saw, how well it showcases our valley and especially Redstone. So that's my thought.
George?
Two questions. One maybe for Suzanne, but maybe you can answer this as well. I remember when they had the tour last year, and I missed that, but is that something that will be ongoing and will be promoted so other people are aware that will be happening, if it will happen again?
That was put on by the Redstone Historical Society as a fundraiser. I don't know for sure whether they are planning on repeating it, but we have a walking tour, or they have a walking tour pamphlet that's available that Jason alluded to. This particular tour, people actually opened their houses, and so people are able to go inside and learn a little bit more about the detailed history. Mm-hmm. So I don't really know if they're planning on doing that again.
Does the Historic Preservation Committee have a, what's the word, a docent?
We don't, because the HPC is really more of a review and approval organization. The Historical Society is much more of kind of community outreach, and so we have slightly separate roles. I think there's certainly a lot more opportunities for us to partner, particularly since a lot of the same people who serve on the HPC are also members of the society. So I think that would be a really good thing to pursue in the future.
Yeah, it seems like just as I was asking the previous applicant in terms of participating and working more closely with the RCA, it seems like there's another opportunity, as you said, to work again closely with the Historic Society and build on each other's ideas and strengths. On your resume, I couldn't quite figure out, you're a psychotherapist, but are you currently working? Because it says
I'm currently
86.
working when I go back to Minnesota.
Okay,
I'm
so-
not licensed in Colorado, and I'm not working here.
Oh, okay, so do you travel back and forth?
I do.
a bit?
4 or 5 times a year.
Okay, so serving on this committee would not impact that at all?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Let me ask, what made you pick the Redstone area to settle in?
Well, my husband went to Regis College way back, and we met in 1984, and we would before we were even married, we would vacation out here in Colorado to ski and even in the summer to hike. So we both knew we loved the mountains, and when we got close to phase 1 retirement, we decided to start looking around, and we were actually vacationing here in Aspen one summer, and my husband plays golf a lot, so we went down to River Valley Ranch to scope it out. And as we came out of the parking lot, we met a gentleman, an older fellow, who just started chatting as people do out here, you know. And he said, "Have you ever driven down this road to Redstone?" And we said, "No." He says, well, I think it's the most beautiful drive in Colorado. Why don't you go check it out? So we did. And we had, when we were in River Valley Ranch, there were open houses, and we looked in some houses and saw the big silver smelt and went, oh my goodness. But we didn't want to live on a golf course. So when we drove to Redstone, we pulled into the Crystal River Realty that was in the old ice house. And Bob McCormick was there, and he showed us around. He showed us around some land, and we had never even thought of buying land. Well, anyway, that's the, from then on, it was like I couldn't get it out of my head. We kept coming back, and eventually we bought property, and then we held the property for 6 years before we built. And then we finally built in '07.
That's a great story.
Yeah, it is.
Any other board member questions? No? Do you have any questions for us?
You could tell me a little bit about how often the board meets and
We were just hearing once a month?
Well, we're scheduled to meet once a month, but we typically only meet when we have specific issues to deal with, and so it's about 6 times a year it ends up being.
Okay. And if I happen to be out of town during one of those meetings, is that a problem?
It's not a problem. If we have a case that's carried over from one meeting to the next and you're not at the first one, then you wouldn't really participate in that particular case at the next meeting.
Okay.
But most people in Redstone travel. So.
And the tentative dates are already laid out in advance?
Yep, it's the third
And so you
Thursday.
can, to some extent, plan your time around those? Not too many emergency meetings?
No, and sometimes we do have to juggle, depending on people's schedules, but we try to make the meetings work out so that everyone can be there.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much for applying. We really appreciate it.
All right.
And we don't have a full board today, as you can tell, Jack's at CCI. So it may be a little while before we have a chance to discuss collectively their appointments. So if you haven't heard back from us right away, don't take that as any sort of sign. But
No
we'll
problem.
really appreciate you applying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later.
Dorothea, I think you are up next. We're catching up here on our schedule.
Ahead, actually.
Yeah. Well, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
And you're familiar with our board, Rob, our newest
Rob,
member,
we've met.
and everyone else. Okay. And you're reapplying, is that correct, or is this the first?
No, I think it's the first time on the Redstone
Okay.
Commission.
On the Redstone Commission.
I worked on the document that governs the commission
Okay.
when it was redone
That's what I'm...
as a board member.
Okay. Well, I'll kick it off with the softball question. Why would you like to serve on this board?
Okay. Because of the commitment to that valley, Crystal Valley and Redstone, and the fact that it remains unique because of the work of a lot of people to protect things like the castle, where I worked for 5 years, and to protect the coke ovens, which have been an issue along the byway, and I've been on the byway committee since we moved to Carbondale from Woody Creek, and the byway committee has always had a part in protecting Redstone
A
as a
little more
community.
detail on the Scenic Byway Committee.
And the West Elk Loop Scenic and Historic Byway starts in Carbondale, goes down through Redstone, makes a loop, goes through Crested Butte and Gunnison, and comes back in this lariat-type loop. And so as a member of the West Elk Loop Byway Committee, we've always followed the history of Redstone, worked with the State Historical Society to protect those things, worked with the county in getting money, as you know, and protecting the coke ovens, and 2 of them, 2 or 3 are being redone because good old Ron Sorter was able to find enough material behind all the ovens to, I think, restore 2 or 3 to the original design, and then others will be in different stages of design. It's exciting to see that happen. And just because Redstone is so unique in the history of Colorado and from that historical perspective. And it is a retail community, a tourist community in the summer. It's suffering a great deal from lack of tourism. This winter has been, from what they say, the slowest they have ever seen. And it's difficult, and yet not one of them has suggested he would leave because it's such a special place. And it's a battle to keep it that way. The person that was just here was saying, it's so special. But there's a historical society in Redstone. There's the Mount Soper's Historical Society trying to preserve the old Thompson House in Carbondale. And they both have different issues. And Redstone is, you have to live in today's world, but we're trying to protect a 100-year-old site from changing too drastically. So it's an interesting task. And when we went through the document that says this is what you need to do and this is what you've committed to when you buy in a historic district, it's difficult. People say, oh, yeah, no problem, until they want to put in a new window or they want to put in a new something. Then there's a problem. So it's interesting. And the people who are committed to all of that work are people I've known for years and years, and I know their commitment, and they're interesting to work with, and they're fun. And I would enjoy getting together with them 6 to 12 times a year to discuss those things. So that's why.
Thank you. Michael?
Dorothea, I feel like I know you so well. I'm not sure why I'm interviewing you.
I had the same thought, and I thought that would really be fun to see what it feels like.
But I'm so glad you're here. As you were talking, it occurred to me that you have a historical, whatever it is, in Redstone. You mentioned the Mount Soper's historical. There's a Basalt historical. There's Aspen historical. It'd be interesting, and I'm just thinking here, I'm not really doing an interview, but it'd be interesting to sort of have a summit of all those organizations and talk about what they're doing, share what they're doing. And Open Space and Trails, who's now gotten into historical preservation with Townside and Emma. So I'm just going to throw it out there.
That's a great idea. I didn't know
the
Basalt had a historical society.
So
it's probably the mayor's wife. Yeah.
Yeah. So it'd just be interesting.
Yes, it would.
I think it'd be fun to do because you could talk about regulation, you could talk about preservation, you could talk about what history in common we all have. So I'll leave it at that.
That's a great idea.
You could do a historic Roaring Fork Valley brochure.
Historic summit.
Well, it'd just be interesting because these people, you tend to get compartmentalized. You tend to get long-term people in who've always done it a certain way, and it's it seems to me now's the time to sort of talk together,
share the different ideas.
And there's movement in the preservation of the coke ovens, and you were instrumental in the preservation of the ovens up in the frying pan. So those are all.
Yeah, Frying Pan doesn't have a historic society, does it? Is it part of Basalt? Probably not.
Probably, I don't know how much.
It is, actually, it is part of
Is
Basalt.
it? That would be
Basalt helps
interesting.
funding the coke ovens up there, as well as Albany Park.
In Albany Park, yeah, with the
so
coke
they
ovens
do,
there.
That's James Durox.
So I'm looking to you as the sort of senior member to and a person with a vast amount of valley-wide experience to bring
That would be
together.
a great concept. First challenge.
Okay.
My concern is that if we add you to this, I won't be able to read all the boards and offices.
No, don't.
Your type will be so small. Because you're so active, and been so active in the community for so many years. I think that's great. But my question is, you referred to this early on in your remarks, is the castle. And that has always been sort of a quagmire for the county in terms of some of the issues up there, and it's been an impediment for, I think, for the Redstone community to really take advantage of that as a historic place to visit. What can be done?
What can be done? Having it in private ownership creates issues just as having it in public ownership would. Because the intent, again, was it's going to be open again to the public, and we're going to have the restaurant, we're going to do all these things. And I've forgotten his name.
Really?
Is not that interested in it. It's one of his 5 homes or something is the story. And I think his wife, who is much younger, lives on site in the old carriage house. And people can go up there. And last, I think it was at the dog sled races, I did go up and do a tour of the building again before something happened. It wasn't open for a tour, but you know how these things happen. And so I was up there. And it's been maintained in the condition that they agreed to maintain it when, Peter Martin worked so hard to get historic designation for it and to get the judge to agree to put in the contract that you couldn't do certain things and you had to do certain other things. The roof has been protected, so it's not leaking now into the library where it was destroying the stuff. So things are being done, and there's a level of protection that is permitted. But I think that would be, if there were a list of everyone working together and a list of historic preservation needs, somewhere perhaps there is funding. I always could see some housing up there for some Pitkin County people, because there are 3 places to live in the castle grounds alone. A caretaker and another housing area as well as the other house. But there has to be a look at it as a unit that has to be maintained. I think you all remember that when Ken Johnson purchased it, he had just inherited the newspaper in Grand Junction and was suddenly wealthy. And driving by, there was a crane with a wrecking ball on the lawn ready to destroy the castle because it was falling apart, nobody had the money to save it, and within that, 2 weeks later, he had purchased the castle and owned it for about 15 years, and 10 years of that open to the public. It's an expensive project. I think at that time it was $10,000 of his own money went into helping to support it, even though it was a bed and breakfast that was successful on a very low level of success. And so it does take funding, but there has to be a way to do it, to protect it. I think the commitment is there to preserve and protect, but we have to come up with a better idea for how and how it could be used to maybe bring some income in, or at least keep it sustainable.
That's a challenge. And I didn't realize the roof has been fixed, because the last time I talked to Peter, he was
in
in my ear in terms of trying to see whether
Right.
the county had any money to help with that.
Yeah, no, Raleigh has
Oh, good.
repaired that. There's still some work to be done.
Yeah, good. Okay, thank
I
you.
think so not long ago in a newspaper, they were offering walking tours for
Yes.
$15. So they were doing some sort of tours. In
On
the
weekends.
background, they had not had the type of septic necessary for evening dinner tours or things like that. So we really ran into code type of issues about not having septic for large group events, and that would have been a much more expensive undertaking to really bring it up to code, make it more marketable.
100-year-old lead pipes for the water supply weren't working too much. I mean, it was great 100 years ago.
Yes, Susanna, you
There
have
is a
something?
new septic in the works.
Okay.
They are, at least it's been designed.
Yeah.
And I think they're applying for a permit in the next few weeks here. And it's an on-site water treatment plant.
That would be great news.
That would, I don't know if it'll be implemented this year, but that would definitely
That's
expand the possibilities there. And there are several other of the building components that need some attention. And there are people who have been, working hard to kind of encourage the owner to do that, and unfortunately, he hasn't really taken them up yet, so.
And there were some things there that made you think, oh, it's going to have to be fixed quickly before it deteriorates. So I think talking about getting the associations together, I think it might be time to have a summit on the castle. What do people want to see down there, and how much protection, and perhaps it could be used as something other than. If I had a big family, that's where I'd want to live. It's a beautiful site.
Other board questions? Rob?
Thank you very much for all your involvement. I'm incredibly humbled to be interviewing you, so.
You tell me that after Friday, when Thursday we're talking Moffett firming and Windy Gap firming with the Division of Wildlife, and on Thursday we're interviewing for a new director. By Friday night, I'll need all the strokes I can get.
Remington is leaving?
He has a state year-to-year, June-to-June contract, and so they had to apply for the position of director of this new Division of Parks and Wildlife.
That's right.
And so he is one of the top 3 candidates.
Gotcha. I forgot about the merging of
So
those
that's
two.
what we're doing, and you can imagine what the reaction on the state has been. Pro, con, oh my God, you know, the whole bit. You can run the gamut, but
Well, your continued work in this community
Thanks.
is outstanding.
thank you very much.
I'm going to ask the question that I asked the other applicants to make things easy here. In the purpose statement of the Redstone Historic Preservation Board, it says it's also not just to preserve, but to promote the education, culture, economic, and general welfare of the public. How would you try to advance some of those goals?
CMC has a office in Carbondale, a large building in Carbondale, and a large presence in Carbondale, and there are those who would like to see it have even more of a presence. It now can even offer 4-year courses. It offers business, a 4-year degree, and they're working on that. But they can easily, I think, be convinced to create some programs. I've taught bits of programs, sort of grammar and commas and so on at the school. And trying to find a way to reach the people, whether you go through Rotary, whether you go through CMC, whether you offer a class at CRMS or at the high school. I think there are ways to say, we need to promote this, because what makes our community unique is the fact that Carbondale, I think, is in a very unique position in terms of a blend of history, the Dinkle building, for example, 100 years ago. And of course, if you're married to the person I am, I mean, he knows the history of all these people. I remember as a kid going home from a movie when that was a store and that was where we got our groceries and so on, and someone smoked a cigar to scare the living daylights out of the kids who were walking home alone at night, that kind of thing. It has that blend of history and agriculture and protection, and First Fridays, for example, are a good symbol of we want to grow and we want to become, and it's a mile off the highway. That's unique for a little community. We aren't the strip that Glenwood Springs is. So there's a strong feeling that Carbondale has some unique characteristics going for it. It's, I think, like the Woody Creek feeling, you know, we're there, we're unique, but you don't go through us. You know, you have to make an effort to come into downtown Carbondale. And I've talked to people, Jack is one, who didn't realize, for example, that Salida had a really spectacular downtown because he'd never gotten off 50. He thought that was Salida. You know. And I think Carbondale has a way to remain unique. And I think it's through that education in those different groups that you can say, if you want to stay special, we have to have some development that keeps us special.
But I just got a little lost on your answer. How does that relate to Redstone?
Redstone, it relates to Redstone only in that Redstone is sort of this little arm outside of Carbondale. Carbondale kind of claims Redstone as its own as well. We have all of these wonderful things, including Redstone.
Okay.
So I think unless Redstone maintains its special characteristic in history, whether it's the mining history or the more recent history of preservation and art, the art community in Redstone is very strong. So I think it's part of that. It's that protection, preservation, educating how we're all one valley. That's how.
If I can just tag on to that, as you said, Dorothea, use this slide as an example. You don't even know it's such a great town. In Redstone, you could have that same situation as people are flying up and down 133. So the idea is to get them off 133 and into downtown Redstone, and hopefully with a coke oven project, and also now with the open space management project, will enable people and entice them to stop and take a stroll through downtown Redstone.
Absolutely, and we were there the other day, and the river's high, and it's beautiful, and a lot is going on. It's just so quiet because people, it's like Glenwood, people are stopping if they're using their hotel and their pool pass, and they're not buying the T-shirts, they're not going into the shops as much. So everyone is hurting a little bit, and of course Redstone's there. But the last time we were up there for their art festival, that's quite, between the marble and the art, it's creating a different history. And to create an art community in an historical context is important. And I think the people that I know who work, the sorters and the Peter and Ann and so on, they're committed to maintaining a community of today within the context of an historic environment. And that's, I think, the key.
I think it's so unique because I just went to Washington State with NACO, Western Region, and went to Wenatchee. And right outside of Wenatchee is this town called Leavenworth, Washington. And they are a barbarian village. And they determined in the 60s that this is how they're going to save their economy. And so they had some barbarian, mountainish feeling to it. But now their historic preservation code is that everything has to be barbarian. The people are walking around with dirndls 7 days a week. They have a festival every weekend on or something. There's 25,000 nutcracker shops and German this and that, and it's so artificial. It's so Disneyland plunked up and put in there. So people go up there and have a good weekend, but they know they're just, again, they're going to full facade, and they're camping it. It's a big camp experience. We'd be all camping, and get into the lederhosen and so you don't want, Redstone doesn't want that level of tourism. It would not be right. And the people there don't want to have to turn out every weekend to host an event, a weekend, which, is straining on a population where there's, significant people who either work here or who are retirees or work in Carbondale. So, it's a very unique business environment.
Poolsville, Washington does the same thing with the Vikings and that all came. But when I first got to Aspen, which was summer of '57, it was as if Aspen was saying, "Welcome to my living room in my community." The lodges were like this. It's as if the entire town was here, and we welcome you as a guest. We are who we are, and we'd love for you to participate. But Aspen didn't do this stuff like lederhosen. It didn't have to. It had enough characteristics that made it different from other places that people, I think, just felt that I had a wonderful time. What'd you do? Oh, I just visited a bunch of really neat people. And I think that's what Redstone can and does want to do. It doesn't try to be fake, at least not so far.
I agree. Well, any other board questions? Thanks. Yes, Rob has said it's an honor to interview you, and thanks for all your service. And if you have any questions for us, okay. Well, Jack's at CCI today, so it'll be a little while before we as a board are able to talk about appointments. So if you haven't heard anything right away, don't read anything into that, and we'll let you know as soon as possible. Okay. Thank you.
Good to see you guys.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, did anybody have any follow-up questions for Susanna, since we talked about Redstone so much and she's here? I thought I'd use that opportunity. Okay, thank you for being here. Appreciate it very much. Thanks. Okay. We now have on our agenda prep for meeting with the Aspen School Board on June 20th. And, as you know, John is over at CCI today as well. The only thing I noticed is a little funny is that June 20th is our retreat day on future agenda. And so I don't know if we're going to go from the retreat to a meeting with the school board that evening, or what? Or if this
June 24th.
Well, the agenda here says the 20th.
No,
So maybe
I
it's
think
a
on the
typo.
agenda item here it says the 24th.
Okay, so that's just a typo. Perfect.
Got it.
I think so. I don't know where.
Which is a Friday.
Yeah, so.
I'm just not aware that they meet on Fridays. I mean, we can still prep for the items and then clarify what the date really is.
I'll find out during lunch
Okay,
what that should be.
okay, we'll double check on that. Thank you. Board, do you have ideas or specific items we need to be discussing with the school district?
I think that the school district, or at least the teachers and the faculty and the students, they've been doing a very good job in terms of being involved with the community of the county. And the latest example is Travis Moore's astronomy class project, and working with Public Creating Trails in terms of lining out the planets along the Rio Grande Trail. And also certainly the youth reps for our grant review committee. So I guess I would just like to continue to pursue ideas with the school board of how else we can encourage and provide opportunities for the students to become involved in some of the activities that we do.
Okay, I think that's a good topic. You know, I think that's an excellent topic, because I'm sure there's other examples, just even the UN presentation we just had, and to make sure they're aware of some of the ways in which we try to assist project graduation, you know, very small token certainly, but that involvement with the youth. The other thing that I think would be valuable to have on the agenda, see if the board agrees, would be a conversation about our Healthy Community Fund. Just that kind of awareness of, are you aware of these services that we are funding that assist the families and the students that you teach, you know, and are we networking well enough with their counselors or teachers, knowing that their services are available for families, and then again, just to know that this is a background support for the families that they serve. I think that there could be just information more than an agenda-driven item, but I think that that may be valuable depending on how many other meaty topics or other things they have for us to discuss. Michael?
I'd like to talk to them about their housing plans. You know, they had projected that they have all these housing needs, started to build, and I wonder what they are now.
Yeah, and how the project in Snowmass turned out.
Yeah, and so I'd like to know that. And I think also, you know, we should discuss the DEA and marijuana regs with them too, and see how they feel about those things.
If you'd like to. I don't know how far along we'll be with the marijuana regs, but it makes sense to be.
I'd just like to get their viewpoint on you know, what they'd like to see in the community, or if they'd like to see what we have now, or something different. Or
They want the DEA in the school, undercover officers?
yeah, I mean, I really don't know, quite frankly.
Well, we've generated some topics. I'm sure they have a few more for us.
I did get an email from Susan. The meeting's on the 21st. If you look on future agendas, you'll see it's at 3:30 on June 21st. So
Okay.
there was a typo on your cover.
Typo on the cover sheet, thank you. So June 21st at 3:30?
Correct.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Rob, did you have topics?
I'm curious what interaction we've had in the past with them to kind of learn as a new board member what our relationship is with them. Have there been heated topics between?
I wouldn't say heated per se. We try to meet with other jurisdictions and boards once a year as a relationship building, and then issues of common concern. Was it last year or the year before, where our larger conversations with most districts was about the tax mill levy, when the property valuations went up, and was there an opportunity to lower that at all?
Yeah.
And of course, they are seeing and continue to see pretty big cutbacks at the state level. So they gave us, they have a very much more complicated formula probably than any other district of what they're allowed to do and what they get from the state and what they aren't doing. Transportation has always been a little bit of an issue, and moving more towards a car-free campus that they've discussed for a long time, and that's traffic impacts on Highway 82.
Well, I was just going to say, just as another topic, you just brought that to my mind in terms of educational tax reform.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a proposal now that petitions are gathering to, but there's other opportunities that I think be interested to see what their point of views are, their ideas in terms of restructuring state taxes as it allocates monies to K-12 as well as
Higher ed. Yeah. So that would be an important topic. Michael?
Well, one of the main issues is that they're the largest recipient of taxes in Picken County. So Picken County gets, we've had people come in and say, well, I pay this amount of taxes to Picken County. But the fact of the matter is you don't pay it to Picken County, you pay it to these various districts. And the school district is the largest tax receiver so that's problematical. I mean, it's a burden upon everybody who pays that tax bill. Not as much as RE1, but still significant. And the other question that was a very controversial issue was the ability of the school district to ignore land use code.
State provision.
So in essence, they could build whatever they wanted, wherever they can get land. And that is really problematical. They've expressed that right. They've been considerate about it so far, but there's nothing to hold them to that.
Does that provision extend to any sort of use, or is it restricted in school buildings? Is it also housing, like we talked about?
School housing, as long as it's called, what was it, cottage?
Teacherage.
Teacherages, cottages.
Teacherage.
So, that is in debate. That's actually a debate that wasn't settled explicitly. It was settled as far as they were concerned. It was unsettled as far as we were concerned. So that's why I wanted to know what their housing needs were and what their projections were, because I want to know, I want to be prepared for that.
There was a time period when they were moving forward more quickly with expanding their housing in Woody Creek, but then their opportunities came in Snowmass, and so they built some new housing in Snowmass just over the past couple of years. But they will tell you that Woody Creek is still on their long-term plans, that they're not abandoning that site. At least that's my last recollection.
So there's some problematical things. The traffic control. I mean, if you're a site that has the most traffic at 8:30 in the morning and 3:30 in the afternoon, and you refuse to really deal with it.
Yeah. I think it'd be important, from my perspective, that we try to have some understanding of the struggles that they face, because their budget cutbacks from the state have been significant. And this most recent mill levy that they were able to pass kind of preemptively ameliorated some of that impact, but I think it still left them $300,000 or more in the hole from before. And, I'd like to understand where they see that ballgame going. So it's not just education reform, but where will they be without? We're very fortunate, people have been supportive of the school district here, but you have a lot of school districts in the state now that have gone down to 4-day weeks and that are charging $20 or $25 a month to ride the bus, and that there's no art classes left, and any extracurricular activities at all are additional fees. And I've been reading about parents who literally are spending thousands and thousands of dollars a year just so the kid can, maybe go to swim team and band or something like that. So, it's in many ways there are points of disagreement at times, but I think there's often opportunities to resolve those and to understand, their charge is very unique and very small, and they're elected for the fiduciary responsibility to a kind of a single and sole purpose. So, to the extent we can understand better, as well as express concerns about other things that it's of value. So that should be more than enough topics, and that'll be a start. And when we hear back from them and they hear back from us, we'll wean it down or kind of mix a few of those together. And so that is our morning agenda. We're due back here at 1 o'clock. We get a little extra time, and we should just adjourn at this time unless anybody has something they want to bring up. Okay? We'll go into these items this afternoon then.
The only thing I would suggest, Rachel, I'm sorry, is, well, we got plenty of time this afternoon. I was thinking that the memos of interest will probably take us quite a bit of time to get through, and I just wondered if we should knock off future agendas now or get that out of the way. But I see that from 3:30 on, if we run over, we can always move our exec session.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, grassroots. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Welcome back to our grassroots TV audience. It is about 3 after 1 on Tuesday, June 7th, a glorious day out there. And we are having a work session of the Pickens County Board of Commissioners. Jack Hatfield is attending Colorado Counties Inc. for us. And we are now going to discuss our first memo of interest, which is support for CORE's report prioritizing clean energy and energy conservation in Colorado's economic development strategy. Just introduce yourselves to the cameras, and why don't you give us an explanation for the public as much as we've looked at your memos.
Sure. I'm Dylan Hoffman. I'm the Energy Program Manager for Pickens County. Catherine?
And I'm Catherine Dart. I'm a Project Manager for the Community Office for Resource Efficiency, CORE.
And since this is a CORE project, I'm just going to let Catherine give us a brief update as to why we're here and what this report is all about.
Okay. So I'm here today basically to request Pickens County's support on this report prioritizing clean energy and energy conservation in Colorado's economic development strategy. CORE staff pulled this together with local partners basically in response to Governor Hickenlooper's bottom-up economic development initiative, which I know you all are familiar with. CORE attended several regional and local meetings on this initiative and provided input, but basically decided after conversations with several colleagues and folks at the Office of Economic Development, state level, and the Governor's Energy Office that we wanted to put in a report with a set of recommendations specific to the clean tech industry. And basically the goal of this report is to not only outline what has happened already in Colorado in terms of how clean tech has been an incredible economic opportunity for Colorado, but more importantly to highlight what the potential is in the future and how imperative it is that our Colorado legislators continue to make this a priority as they're developing policy so that Colorado can continue to lead the nation. And so I'm here to request your support. Basically, we're going to be giving this to Colorado legislators in the next couple of weeks with a list of signatories, and we would love to have Pickens County obviously on it.
Okay. Any board questions? To start.
Just some comments.
Okay, comments. Well, I looked at Rob first, so I'm trying to mix it up. I know George always says something.
My comment is primarily just congratulatory. This is just a very well-written document, very well put together. It does make some great connections with, direct economic benefits and numbers. And as a number business guy, I read this and it really was put together well. So it's kind of a congratulatory to your hard work on this. We've been struggling with how our aspect in the economic development plan for the governor is going to really, make ways in the state capital. And this is the type of thing that I think coming from that, saying that this is important in Pickens County and the rest of Colorado, it's just great work. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, just so you know, we did actually submit this to the governor already and to the Office of Economic Development. We've been in conversation with Dwayne O'Mara for a while about this and the Governor's Energy Office and received very positive feedback on it. So they've all seen it, and basically we said we would resend it once we got on, once we collected the list of supporters. So.
Very good. George?
Yeah, I would concur with Rob. I think this was an excellent paper, an excellent white paper, actually. And I would also look at probably sending this off to CCI and CMI, both the county and the municipal regions. CML, thank you, because this and gain their support for this as well. But this is great in terms of talking about as an economic driver for the Colorado. In terms of how we'll avail communities to be sustainable, offering tax incentives, financing opportunities, and I thought this was really great. And having been out of town, been trying to catch up on the papers, I noted when Representative Tipton was in town, perhaps we should send this out to him, and so he can understand that perhaps we have some alternative energy options versus just drilling, and perhaps alternative transportation options besides having to fill up 150 trucks and 350 trucks. So I think this encapsulates a lot of great ideas. It sort of reminded me back in the 70s under Governor Lamb, when at that point Colorado was really again on the forefront of looking at alternative energy. And we had tax incentives, we had financing opportunities, but unfortunately we lost that after Governor Lamb left office, and now to see this resurge again under from a previous governor, Governor Ritter, and now under Governor Hickenlooper, I think this is great. It's a great opportunity. I think we're poised for the future, for the state as well as for our community. So I commend CORE and the staff for putting this together.
Thank you. Thank you. Michael?
Yeah, I agree. It's a good document. I would actually have preferred to have it a little more personalized in terms of Picken County or Aspen. When if you mentioned it offhandedly about the mining in the 1880s, but there was 20 years of boom in this town, and it's only recently that you get to see that 20 years of boom has been cleaned up. And so, the idea of being locked into a boom and bust cycle on new energy extraction, it seems we should have learned a lesson. That if we have 20 years of extraction in this town, and it takes 100 years to clean it up, what have we actually gained? And that the town itself was defunct for a long, long time, except occupied by a core group of people, just a few hundred people as compared to the thousands that were here. So I just would have personalized it slightly from the lessons that we've learned in this community, because that explains why we're reluctant to jump into a boom and bust cycle, an extractive cycle that doesn't account for the costs of that extraction. That nobody had to account for the mine tailings, the spoiling of the rivers, and this town has learned that when you do that, you have to reintroduce elk. You have to reintroduce trout, because all those were wiped out. So that's a compelling story to me. This is a good story, but we have some compelling personal lessons that we've lived through, that the people who lived here earlier lived through. So that's the only thing that I would talk about. But good job. I deeply appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, just to comment on that, thank you. That's actually a great suggestion, and perhaps we'll put together an addendum or something like that. But we did not want to make this specific to Pitkin or Aspen, because we were the only folks in the state doing this, and so we worked with our partners over at Office for Resource Efficiency in Gunnison. So that was one of the reasons why you don't see Pitkin and Aspen pop up all the time, because you're right, we could have talked about what we've done in this community.
Yeah, but you have these green.
But right, yes, you're right, yeah. So that's a very good point.
A little parable about extraction and its costs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, very good. I agree with all the comments. You do have a small section on page 9 to help small towns avoid boom-bust cycles from energy development. And I can see that you need balance as you're approaching the state and state legislators. There certainly are state legislators who have heavy coal in their communities, and when we were thinking of presenting it to CML and CCI, I was thinking, well, I wonder about Club 20. Now, would that go well under their economic subcommittee for development, their economic committee? That's a strong important business affairs, or energy, and how much would they react? And they like to say that they'd like to promote all energies, and you don't strongly diss those opportunities other than saying that the severed stack should be more fully collected and things like that. So, that's just a thought for the core board. Their subcommittee meetings will be in July, and Pitkin County is a member, Aspen is a member. If you wanted to make a presentation to them, you could. I won't be attending this year because I'll be in Portland with the National Association of Counties, unfortunately. But anyone else from Pitkin County certainly could attend if they'd like to. it's odd, had picked up a book and hadn't had a chance to really start reading it till last night, the Bill McKibben's Earth, talking about the changes that we're already living through. And they occur slowly around us, so some of them may seem beneficial at times, such as our precipitation may be changing. And we've always known from our climate studies back with the Canary Initiative in the city that we never knew. Are we going to see more or less precipitation? What will that mean? But concurrently today, the BLM has released a draft report that they believe the Colorado River flows will be reduced by 9% by the year 2050. And that's very significant. I mean, everyone knows that river's already over-allocated, and then you talk about the potential water demands for oil shale development, things like that. I think it's important to have some other opportunities and scopes out there. And the time has never been more ripe with what we've sadly seen happen in Japan and some of the traditional energy sources. So I applaud the work and happy as a board to see us endorse this. Do we need a formal resolution, or do we want to put just a letter for my signature? How are you guys collecting the quote endorsements?
Well, we are collecting signatures, basically.
Okay.
So we don't need I mean, if you all would like to put together a letter, that's fine, but we're just actually having a list in the back of the report.
Okay. I think that to take formal action, we would need a resolution to formally endorse on our agenda. We could probably add it to tomorrow's agenda so that it would be timely. It wouldn't have to wait another 2 weeks.
That would be great. I appreciate that.
That's Michael?
I could give direction and to have you sign. I don't think we need a resolution. I mean, just to sign whatever document they want. Sign up.
Okay.
I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah.
If it has your signature on it, I think that's
I just want to make sure we're following protocol that the whole board endorses.
Yeah, I think we've done it that way in the
Okay.
past.
That's fine with me. You prepare a letter or whatever and add our names to it
Okay.
now, and
Yes.
you'll
Great.
go from there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item in our memos of interest, you may want to stay for listening to these comments about the scoping on the oil shale and tar sands programmatic environmental impact statement, PEIS, which the BLM is doing some rescoping of. I'll have to say that at the Western Interstate Regional Council of the National Association of Counties, this was not a popular, item at all. And I did go down to the BLM public hearing on that rifle a few weeks back. And there certainly were a lot of comments to say, well, why do we have to do this again? It was complete enough. And I said, but they didn't even know what technology was going to be used for the extraction. How could the environmental impact statement even begin to accurately assess and suggest mitigations for the impacts when the technology is not being fully developed? And the response has been, well, these guys don't want to put the oil companies any money into the research and development until they know that at the end of the day they'll have these lands leased to them. And so they want the leasing up front. And so it's definitely a little bit of a challenge. I appreciate your research on this. I'll let you continue to introduce yourself.
Well, yeah, I'll be brief. Just based on your direction today, I will revise the scope. These are scoping comments specifically on the oil shale EIS. And based on your direction, I'll revise as necessary and forward them to the BLM. These comments are somewhat time sensitive in that they're scoping comments. The scoping comment period actually is over, but BLM has indicated that if they can, they will incorporate these comments into their analysis as they prepare the environmental impact statement. In the event that they don't get them in time to incorporate them in the analysis, then we'll just submit them or a revised version of these comments when the alternatives in the environmental impact statement are published at a later date. So they're somewhat time sensitive. I will take your direction, revise the letter, and forward them on to the BLM. In addition, in the packet there are actually three pieces of information. It's a lot. The common thread here is that these are all public comments relating to use of federal public lands. And the second item relates to the Wilderness and Roadless Area Release Act. You received a request
Ellen, maybe we should take these one at a time for public comments, and then, but I realize we have 3 with you.
Okay. Would you like me to do a brief summary of the comments on the oil shale, or would you just like me to take your comments?
There's some bolded
Yeah.
lines. What's that?
Well, those are really just for your purposes. As I was drafting,
Those are emphasis sentences, is that what you're saying?
well, the emphasis is placed just to sort of cut to the chase, that these are ultimately the recommendations that we're making for consideration and analysis, sort of the summary of the paragraph above. But there may be other aspects of the paragraphs that you'd like to discuss that aren't bolded. So those are just for discussion purposes. I think in the end, they won't be bolded as we, in the document we forward. So any comments or changes?
Just from myself, between getting water quality, wildlife, air quality, overall human health
Tell me
impact.
where you are.
Okay, I'm sorry, Michael, I'm on page 1 of attachment 1 in our memo of interest.
It's attachment A.
Yeah, attachment A, page
Okay.
1. So it's the actual comments.
It makes it easier for me to follow when
Oh, sure.
I know where
Sorry
you
about
are.
that. I think you've covered all the main topics, and I think you've covered them well. They're very succinct. So my comments, I don't have changes per se. And the bolding doesn't bother me. It seems that it's really kind of your summary comments within the paragraphs, or conclusions. So, right?
I agree with Rachel. I think the letter's well written. The only thing that I keep on coming back to with these letters regarding things like this is getting to the economics, sustainability message of Pickens County, and how important our environmental resources are in regards to our tourism base and all of those things. Our rivers having water in them, the people that fish here, all of that stuff. And I just felt like that there could be, I'm not sure exactly what to incorporate, but there could have been a sentence or two saying, this is important specifically for here because of the economic impacts our environments play out on us.
Yeah, I think that's good, and we maybe could expand it a little to say, and tourism throughout the West.
Correct.
Yeah, specific to us and tourism,
Yeah.
growing tourism industries throughout the West.
Okay, yes, I will place more emphasis on that topic.
Michael?
On the second page, I guess, of that, you have, at the end of the first paragraph, to assess oil shale production impacts to water quality and quantity, the PEIS should determine the following: the level of toxins, but not limited to hydrocarbon salts, metals that may be released. I mean, it sounds like you're anticipating that there will be a release of hydrocarbons, salts, trace minerals into the water. And I think what it should be is that it should be an imperative not to release any of that. In other words, you're saying, well, how much will be released into the system?
And the reason it's phrased that way is because these are scoping comments that will be used as alternatives in the EIS are developed. And so these are things, the suggestion is that they consider these issues as they develop alternatives. So rather than just saying we believe toxins should not be released into the water, we could take that approach, but this is just saying as you analyze each alternative, one of which may be that oil shale land should not be leased for oil shale.
Are you trying to say that in the sequence of things, scoping is where you ask questions. Make sure your questions are included, the answers to these questions are included under all your alternatives. And then when we receive the draft EIS, our comments would be very different to say, we reject scenario 1, 2, and 3 because they will continue to release unacceptable levels of toxins that have been identified. And so it's a little bit of a sequencing.
Yeah, I understand.
Exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you, Rachel.
No, I just wasn't clear on
Yeah.
on where we were on that.
This
So
is, identifying issues that should be considered in the, as they develop alternatives and determine what direction to take.
Ellen, under the cost benefit on page 3 at the very end, I think you covered, but when you say consider whether the amount of energy spent in oil shale production as it compares to the amount of energy produced. But I wonder, one of the comments when it comes to should we develop more offshore drilling or should we be developing up in the Arctic, some of the comments are, well, we only have X amount of supply, so we can drill, but basically all you're going to accomplish is a year or 2 years of actual energy production that can be utilized. And so I think it would be important perhaps to have them determine not only the amount of energy produced, but how, what is the capacity of that? Is it a year, is it 5 years, is it 10 years?
Yeah. The early work that's been done through the 1177 Roundtable Energy and Water Use looked at 3 different ranges. One was low, I think around 200,000 barrels a year. One was 500,000 a day, 500,000 barrels a day, and a million barrels a day. To have a million barrels a day into production, given that current technology, you have to cook it underground for 3 years, you have to have an awful lot of ground in production at any given time. I mean, it's just a massive undertaking to get to what they call commercially viable levels that would be enough to make it worth building all the plants, bringing in all the labor and everything else. Georgia, I don't mean to steal your thunder at all, because you've raised a really excellent point in how we need to put this into the magnitude of the picture. I understand the current worldwide energy use is around 89 million barrels a day right now. I was just reading that yesterday, maybe more. But that it really needs to be noted that any oil produced here would be sold on the worldwide market. So it doesn't necessarily increase supply in the Americas or help reduce the price of gasoline at the pump here if it goes to the highest builder in a worldwide market. Is there any way to assure that domestically produced oil remains in domestic markets? Something like that. And the other thing I had forgotten to mention during my comments at BLM, but it may fit under this cost-benefit type of topic. I'll leave it to you to decide. But it seems that as we've seen, say, the water agreement, the settlement on the Colorado River, it has conservation measures moving concurrently with new water supply development. And it would seem like, to the extent we're starting to see sacrifice of public lands and quality of life in the western slope, that it absolutely should be a linkage with conservation measures being implemented across the country, whether it's in fuel mileage standards or other types of conservation efficiency measures. Because we all know this is a finite supply at some level, no matter how good we get at getting the very most difficult, the most costly oils from the earth. It's ridiculous to just go off on that path without having, and us be the sacrifice zone in western Colorado without concurrent improvements, efficiencies, and perhaps sacrifice in terms of use or things like that. But I think that George is right, that section could be expanded to make sure that they are looking really at all the cost benefits. Are we sacrificing western Colorado to ship to India and China?
Excellent, yeah. Good, thank you.
Michael and then George.
yeah, I mean, I would might eliminate cost benefit as a header there. Because, cost benefit typically to an oil company is it costs a certain amount and you have a profit, and therefore there's a benefit.
Yeah.
And so and what the paragraph is really talking about is social costs, social benefits, that kind of thing, which is not a formula that an oil company really cares about. That's actually the problem. And from what I've read, the barrels of oil that are available in oil shale exceed Saudi Arabia's.
Yeah.
So that means a stunning, unimaginable transformation of Western Colorado if that proceeds. So I would do social cost or something that's not just a numeric indicator, but an entire social web of what those costs and benefits are to the society.
Yeah, good point.
Would
Make that change.
Would you consider saying something like social and economic benefit analysis? I mean, that sort of still covers what your intent is in terms of the energy produced and how the limited capacity, but still address the social issues, perhaps a better title. My question is on page 2, when you talk about the scoping opportunities, I just wanted to make sure I understand this. The public is invited to submit scoping comments and concerns on potential resource issues that should be discussed in the NEPA analysis. Then you say the official scoping comment period has ended, but comments may still be considered in the event that the timing for NEPA analysis allows for their inclusion. So for the general public, how would they go about following that up if they wanted to make comments?
No, I don't know that would apply. For the general public, I think it would be probably safe to say that the scoping comment period is over.
Okay.
I spoke with the project manager, and she was willing to consider accepting our comments in the event that time allows, in their analysis.
Okay.
And I kind of referenced that in my off-the-cuff public comments, that we would be submitting formal comments as a follow-up.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that is the first one. And I think, again, given the timeliness of that, why don't you just bring it back as email it out to everyone?
Okay.
And unless I hear any concerns, I can sign it and send it.
Okay.
And,
She didn't even need to email it.
well, if others want to see how the corrections went, But, yeah, we'll go with you.
Okay.
We have great trust in your writing skills, because I am heading out on Monday for the Basin Roundtable Tour, and I will be around through Friday to sign anything.
Good. All right.
Okay.
I'd like to have it out by Monday. So.
Okay. The next item in the packet with you is the new House Resolution 1581 Wilderness and Roadless Area Release Act. Thank you for responding so quickly to that. That was recently introduced to Congress. I'll let you do the history on wilderness study areas. You'll probably be more succinct than I would.
Well, first, just in terms of timing and getting comments back on this one, this resolution was introduced in Congress. It is in committee right now, and so in terms of getting comments back, I don't think it's imperative that we get them back immediately. It's not quite as rushed as the prior topic, but nonetheless, we want to get comments turned around and into our representatives as soon as we can. My understanding is that this act would result in wilderness study areas on BLM and proposed roadless areas on U.S. forest lands reverting to management for multiple use, and including resource development, of course, is one of many potential multiple uses. And these are lands that have not been designated to date as wilderness by Congress, and they would be removed wilderness or roadless areas by Congress, and they would be removed from consideration altogether. And that's the gist of the act, the proposed legislation, and I don't have a lot more background for you at the moment, but.
I think it'd be important to get comments out as strongly as possible and to reach out to other communities as well who would like to sign on. When I was in Washington State, there was a letter that was signed by a number of California counties and maybe some others. I was just looking for it. I didn't bring it with me. In support of the bill, saying, and I understand the other side of this just from dealing with some of the counties like Moffat County and Rio Blanco County in Colorado, where they believe that these areas were identified as having wilderness characteristics. They're being managed to maintain those wilderness characteristics. That's the mandate. But yet there's no congressional action to actually make them wilderness areas. So those counties feel that this land has been in limbo for decades sometimes. It's a little different than how we view things in Pickens County. They would like to open them up for all sorts of activities. And, once those lands are impaired, they are no longer eligible for wilderness status in the future. And so you can talk about this as kind of being one of those no more wilderness ever acts. And so it just releases massive amounts of land to all sorts of, quote, multiple use. And oddly enough, wilderness is not considered one of the multiple uses. You're either in multiple use or you're wilderness. And there are other designations for specially managed areas and things like that, but it's just not quite the same. And I just find it to be far too sweeping a proposal that it's just a broad brush across the palette of Western lands, instead of any sort of individualized look to say, let's release these because there is some sort of potential, or let's release those. And I think the congressional delegation from any of these given areas could bring them forward for a vote, have it turned down, and then say they're released. There are other avenues that could be taken if there are specific lands that specific communities would like to see released from wilderness protection. George?
Helen, on the second paragraph, when you talk about specifically we are opposed to the reversal of 2001 roadless rule on U.S. Forest Service, and then you go on to say, and to rescinding Interior Secretary Order 33110 issued by Secretary Ken Salazar. That has already been taken off the table, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Has it?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Just last week.
So and to rescind should be deleted?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's.
All right. I was not aware. Thank you.
And then when we address this to our congressional representatives, that's to our entire Colorado delegation. I would say so. And while I was away, I got a phone message from Representative DeGette's office, just letting me know that Diane DeGette is going to be reintroducing her wilderness bill.
Yes.
And which takes, part of that includes Pickens County. And so I would want to make sure that, certainly she's included, but we might as well send it to our entire delegation.
Okay.
Yeah, good comments, George. I was going to bring that up during open discussion. But it's essentially the same wilderness proposal that we've backed before. They said there's no changes other than some accommodations that they've heard from mountain bike groups and rock climbers. Yeah.
So we've already. Is there a desire on your part to submit any more comments on that?
No, I replied. I just sent her office an email and just said if there's anything else they need, any further assistance, just let us know.
Okay,
So.
great.
Yeah. We're already on the record on that.
Yes.
Took the before last fall.
Okay.
Well,
Again, kind of the same comment to the previous topic. Your last sentence of paragraph 2 says, all of these in turn play a key role in sustaining our resort economy, quality of life for residents, visitors, and future generations. Again, I'd make the economy aspect of that a little stronger, like the thousands of people that come here to enjoy the wilderness that's pristine. That sort of comment.
yeah. Okay. And other western areas.
In other western areas.
Because we're a synergy
Yeah.
in that whole thing, and I agree with that. I think that we need to do a little more investigation of some of the detriments, as I said, of just releasing all this land carte blanche. You know, that's the only thing. I just think that we should point out the fallacies or the, you know, kind of mistaken direction of releasing so much land at once into what, they don't even have other management plans over top of most of these lands. So it's not as if it's going to default to some other type of zoning, you know, and I'm not even sure a lot of communities are fully aware of, oh, I mean, that's not protected anymore, you know, or it hadn't been full of oil rigs before because it had a protected status. I think the public awareness, the outreach has been sorely lacking in the West. This has not been vetted at all through local county commissioners, local county governments. You know, I think just we really need to hammer that home. Michael?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, you know, what's been happening is there's a sort of wide pendulum swing from back and forth here, and it's increasing because of the bipartisanship of, not the bipartisanship, but the partisanship of the Congress. And so I think, you know, we need to ask that they examine this release on a case-by-case basis and not an entire 2.3 million acres in one fell swoop, but these areas be examined for their particular characteristics and then released from, you know, if they, but this is just not working. It's because of mismanagement of the administration and opposition by the Congress, and it's just a mess.
Yeah. Okay, so a little bit more research and a little bit more
offering an alternative to keeping it entirely in a study area and keeping it entirely out of a study area. And just some alternative, seems to me, is a possibility. There may well be areas that need to be multiple use or used for other things, and there may be areas that should be preserved and that should be done on a case-by-case basis.
You know, I always saw the wildlands policy as a third place to put these lands, which is unfortunate that that's why it's been retracted, because you could probably release lands from a wilderness study area, but give them a wildlands designation that only lasts as long as the plan lasts, which is usually 20, 25 years, and those plans can be amended. So it was a third place, but it would receive so much reaction. As a friend of mine said, anything that has a W in it seems to, wild, wilderness, whatever, get this sort of hackles up. You know, I think it may bear in your research to reference a little bit of how much of the public lands have already been leased, if you can track this or that, or how much is regularly put up for leasing. You know, we hear consistently that, you know, there's a very large amount of public lands been leased for oil exploration, natural gas, so on and so forth, but has not been developed and has not been used. And, you know, you already have so much out there that has been leased. Why is there the push to release all the rest? You know, what is the issue?
Good, yeah, good question.
Okay. So we have some direction on that letter.
Yes.
And that one we'll come back because there's more time on that.
Yes, that one will come back to you in a revised form.
Okay.
And the last item is really for informational purposes. As you know, the White River National Forest travel management plan was, the record of decision for the travel management plan was released in May. And the board asked for basically a summary of how the record of decision relates to comments that the county made in 2009 on specific issues in the plan. And the memorandum contains a very brief summary of the areas where the open space and trails staff and the county engineer have noted some topics that were perhaps not addressed specifically as we had asked them to be in the plan. And let's see who's here. Yes, wow, look at that. So we have open space and trail staff and the county engineer here to flesh out the topics that are identified in the memorandum. And I don't know if you have any general questions before we move on to their discussion, or?
I was thinking maybe we would go through this kind of topic, item 1, item 2.
Okay.
Further questions.
I just have one general question. So we're going to use this as an opportunity to, even though the travel management plan is on record, we're going to take this opportunity to provide some follow-up, further information?
Well, thank you for bringing that up. Actually, there's the public comment period for the travel management plan is over when the record of decision is published, and there is an appeal period of 45 days from the date the record of decision was published. And so it's conceivable that the county, some of the issues raised in the memorandum and that the county has can be worked out outside of an appeal process, just in coordinating with the Forest Service. So that's I think the hoped for approach to the extent that items need to be resolved. Some of them really are just ongoing work with the Forest Service, and a resolution, a short-term resolution probably isn't required. But in the event that there are aspects of the record of decision that require more than short-term coordination with the Forest Service, the Board of County Commissioners may decide to take another.
So just so I understand, so even if we want to continue just in terms of coordinating some of these issues, could we still, staff would still be sending the Forest Service a letter identifying those issues?
The approaches can range from a letter, perhaps, so that we have some documentation of things that we'd like to continue to work with them on, to, I know the Open Space and Trails staff has already called Scott Snelson just to make him aware of some of the issues that we are contemplating. And so yeah, in some cases it may just be in the form, our response may be in the form of a letter, just to as an informative approach, and or phone call, just the coordination that we have on a day-to-day basis with the Forest Service on issues like road maintenance agreements and issues of that nature. And or if there's a particular issue that can't be resolved through those lines of communication, then an appeal may be another option for appealing the record of decision, may be another option to consider.
But that time frame is getting
very
tight at this point.
tight, as I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael.
On the Woody Creek, used to be access to snowmobiling through Lanedo. Have other access points, including Hannon Creek, access been fully considered alternative? I think I would rephrase it and say you must consider other access points. That's what, and I wouldn't mention Hannon Creek because that allows them to say, well, we looked at Hannon Creek and it's not possible. So, it's such a large area that's serviced by that tiny little road that if they're going to have it wide open for snowmobile use, this is just one of the issues, that road isn't sufficient to deal with that, period.
And I'm going to let the county engineer step in to respond.
Yeah, but I mean in terms of the letter, yeah.
Yeah, well, and we'll ask you what your preference is in terms of communicating with the Forest Service. If you, at the end of the day, would like to put together a letter just saying we've reviewed the record of decision and would like ongoing communication on these particular topics, we'll go that direction. And that's obviously one of the things.
Well, that's from my point of view. That's important. I mean, we all suffered through these extended Lanedo hearings, and the issue really is the road is inadequate. Nobody knows the solution. But one of the alternatives is to have other access, so people are free to make choices themselves, whether to drive that road or whether to access it from another point where there's more parking and easier access. And there has to be, given how many acres are up there has to be some other access.
I would like to see the board consider a letter. So we're on record. Administration's change, staff changes. So we had, as you show in this memo, what the board did back a few years ago. I think it's good to have it down in written format so we have a record.
Okay. Any other specific questions, or would you like staff to, I don't know if open space or staff would like to?
Yeah, if anybody else has anything they'd like to point out, please raise your hand and we'll... Dale?
Well, just so that everyone understands, open space has two basic issues, and one of them I asked Chris to help us with, and I might want to talk to you about that in this forum. But the first one has to do with the same area that Michael's talking about, but in a different regard, which is the county owns lands that are in holdings, and it's hard for us to supervise them, but Barb, you want to explain them in the Toby Park communications we've had?
Well, in the last round of comments that we made, we pointed out to the Forest Service that we own certain mining claims that are in holdings and properties that are in holdings within the forest in an area that they have designated for open motorized access, and that the lands that we own are managed for non-motorized recreational purposes, so that our management of those lands are in conflict with each other. So we were wondering if there was a way for them to adjust their boundaries so that this would not be our in-holdings would not be within their open motorized access area. That did not happen in the TMP, so it leaves staff with looking at other ways to manage recreational uses that occur in the winter on those properties. And so we'll evaluate how much they are open to motorized use and how much that could occur, and probably manage through signage. But it's just a little more challenging for us because these in-holdings are kind of remote and in the middle of an area where motorized use is occurring. So our management is just in conflict with theirs.
Do you have mapping that's an alternative to their mapping?
We submitted that in our 2009 comments. We submitted our proposed boundary adjustments on a map for them to clarify it, but they did not accept our recommendation.
Maybe you can ask them, perhaps remind them they might have overlooked that map.
Yeah, and we'll continue to communicate with them. Gary has a good rapport with them, so that's another approach we'll take as we look at how to handle this management conflict.
Yeah, a real quick comment on this. I was reading the Glenwood Post about a month ago, and their commissioners went on a site visit with some of the Forest Service to specific areas where they felt the plan did not address their needs. And there were some comments from the more regional ranger that he didn't plan on enforcing those portions of road closures that he didn't agree with and that the public had customarily used. And so, it sounded like there was a little leeway or discretion for how things are managed, and maybe getting a better understanding of how to the line they toe on this is going to be very important, and how they're going to approach enforcement.
I agree. That's why I think there needs to be more communication. I also think that we need to take a closer look at just exactly how the winter recreationists would use that area. A lot of the land that we're talking about is on steep terrain, and there might not be a lot of opportunity on most of it for people going off-road to recreate on those properties. So I'm hoping that the conflict will be more on paper than actual use.
But my concern is, this sounds like it may be more than just a coordinated effort. It sounds like this probably may warrant an appeal, so that we are on record and we are requesting that the Forest Service relook at these maps, relook at the lines drawn, and make it a formal appeal versus just trying to rely on informal communications that once that appeal period has ended, we've lost that opportunity.
Yeah, just we have a great relationship right now, I think, with the Forest Service, and I just suggested that we communicate with them, and that appeal may be the best route to take, but that we see if there are solutions short of an appeal that may be fully satisfactory on both ends of the spectrum.
I don't think it needs to be antagonistic at all.
Yeah.
But appeal is just saying, we have these concerns, we want to make sure, we want the opportunity for you to revisit them, that's all, and then continue those communications.
And that is really your decision, and if you direct us to go that route, we will.
Okay. When would the timeline for making the decision to file a notice to appeal, when is that over?
I did a quick...
The deadline for filing an appeal is 1 week from...
I knew it was coming up. Friday? Thursday?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
So it's next Friday.
Next Friday.
45 days from May 4th, which is the day the notice of the ROD was published in the Glenwood Post.
Yeah, so it's a quick turnaround.
Okay. Michael?
I agree then with George, give them that short time period just to file an appeal.
Or whether we have to file the full appeal or just the notice of appeal? We'll have to find
The
out.
board may want to receive some legal advice from me on this issue in executive session before it makes that decision, and we're prepared to provide that today.
Great. That sounds good. Hunt for now and continue the dialogue. Okay.
Okay, so if there are no more questions on Michael?
Well, CTR issue, do you have any comments on the Lanedo? On that situation, what is your assessment of the Lanedo Road?
My assessment of the Lanedo, things it gets complicated pretty quickly, Michael. Because of our inholdings through open space and trails, the adjacent land that we've been talking about that is designated for open motorized use during the winter is also a corridor that the task group had identified during our meetings as a potential for alternative access in through the Meredith area, where it's not necessarily 100% viable now. It's a legal option, and so that's why, from a staff perspective, if we could, if it could hopefully be managed either topographically because of the steep areas through there, or through signage, that's something that we'd like to be able to pursue and to look into before we kind of made a formal.
So are you saying that the interest of open space with the parcels we hold there and the interest of opening a potential second portal to that area expressed by the Lanedo Task Force are in conflict?
We don't know if they're really 100% in conflict or not right now, just because I haven't been in that terrain yet. So where our inholdings are, I don't know what that topography looks like. I don't know how, if that management, if that type of management were to move to an alternative location very close to there, that would make more sense. We don't know that yet. We haven't delved into that issue.
And conversely, we haven't studied the winter recreational uses in that greater region closely enough to know whether or not.
Probably a little too snowpacked to get in there for a while. Okay. Again, we'll just hold off to have some legal advice, but are there any other issues that anyone else would like to bring up? Please, GR.
And just to follow up on that as well, that a lot of the Lanedo issue kind of resonated through the plan as a whole. The Forest Service, by design, did not take a look at the nodes that we have within our county. And a lot of times we are put into a little bit of a conundrum as the county and how we manage the ends of our roads where we interface with the Forest Service property where people go to recreate. We have to make accommodations for those people to get into the backcountry somehow. And the Forest Service didn't look at that issue for any place in their travel.
So they don't really provide parking, they just assume they'll have off-street parking on county roads, which we know can get to be really problematic.
Exactly.
Well, that also sounds like an appeal piece to me of potentially requesting that they make accommodations for parking. Okay, so again, I think, George, you have one more?
Yeah, two more, but just follow up on your thought, Rachel. That in this memo that came to highlight with regards to Richmond Ridge, in terms of if the Forest Service doesn't allow a marina to take place on top of Aspen Mountain, then people will be parking on county roads, on private roads, and so that's a problem. And then a question for Dale or Barb, is there an issue that we need to be a little stronger on regarding the Crystal Valley Trail System?
Well, I believe so, and what George is alluding to is that back in the late 1880s, the county built a wagon road up the Crystal at the cost of some $6,000. And remnants of it are in continuing use as pieces of soft surface trails. For example, between Hayes Falls and Placida, there's a reach of that old county road, which people locally call the Bear Creek Trail, that we think is a valuable public asset as is. It was also identified as a useful link in the Crested Butte to Carbondale Trail Study. And we identified it as a piece of the old county wagon road. In our comment, the Forest Service nevertheless is proposing to close it and could even go up and rip it up if they wanted on the basis of this decision. We've asked them to reconsider that, and that's another topic that we've been asking Chris for help on as well.
So my last comment would be based on this memo and a lot of these issues that have been presented today, I think they all warrant an appeal. And then we could always follow up afterwards, but I don't think we want to lose this opportunity at this point, because once it's passed, it's passed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're going to obviously have some further discussions about this, and both George and I are on the Headwaters for next week, so it'll be a three-person board. The one thing I'm wondering, which might be helpful, the letter that was sent before by Picken County, its comments on the draft was very helpful, but it might be good to literally interject into that. This is okay. This one was accommodated. This one's still an issue. This one's still an issue, to help focus the conversation when it comes back to us.
Okay.
And we will also proceed with some legal advice as well. Okay. Okay.
Thanks,
We now go into future agendas. Oh, wait, we have Castle Creek campus. I'm sorry. One more. Suzanne.
Get my voice back. Okay. So when you all approved the master plan for the campus for the music school and country day, you allowed them to exceed our 28-foot height limit for 4 of their proposed structures. The lower school building, which is primarily a country day school building, the 2 ensemble or rehearsal halls, and then the addition to the administration building. And the condition that was written at the time said, you'll have to come back for scenic review for those. We'll allow you to go up to 40, but we want to see these things, and we'll do a scenic review. And it was specified as the scenic review being administrative, which is how it's set out in the code. But when the first building came in, the lower school building, we felt it was appropriate just to send it to you so you could see what it looked like and kind of know, given that 40-foot height limit, what then was designed. That lower school building has not proceeded to construction at this point. They're now shifting their priorities to these ensemble buildings. So these have come in, and that's basically what we've put in front of you, so you can just have a look at it. It's our plan to, again, issue an administrative decision on this, so it would be approved at the staff level. We just thought it would be appropriate for you to get a look and see our draft decision and see if you feel like there are any issues we haven't looked at, or conditions, anything like that you would like us to consider as part of that decision.
Let me ask a question. Are these roofs in the pictures white for illustrative purposes or for energy-saving purposes?
They are, there's actually, some of it is translucent panels, and if it will help you, I asked a few questions about that, and this is actually a picture of the Basalt Library, but they were trying to show me the difference between windows and the type of translucent paneling that they're talking about, because I asked a question about light spillage on that paneling, and were we suddenly going to be seeing light pouring out of the tops of those buildings. And essentially here I can have a response from Harry Teague's office. The spillage will be minimal. The translucent panels are 2 layers of fiberglass sandwiching a nano gel-filled void. But it says the light transmission means light sources will not be identifiable from the outside. The panels will transmit more of a glow than light spillage. And I think if you're familiar, obviously the campus is sitting down here and the road is up above. But so anyway, it's not the same as a window. But yeah, I mean, based on those drawings, it does appear that clearly, I don't know about the entire roof, I guess, but clearly they intend to have that translucent paneling for portions of that.
Whoa, that's sort of like the Northern Lights year-round.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, because we haven't had kind of a review of a scenic review protection review, that this is really just looking at the aesthetics of the property. I've kind of been, for the record a little bit, my fiance works for the music school, and I've got lots of friends that go to Country Day, and I've kind of been caught a little bit in the middle with phone calls from both sides of some of the construction issues with the property, and it's a landlord-tenant dispute of some aspects that I think Pickens County should stay out of as much as possible, as you're probably, Suzanne, very well aware of. So I just want to make sure that all of that stuff is being still handled in a different forum and
Yeah, I think this came in as a separate application. There is an application currently scheduled to be before you in 2 weeks on the 22nd, which is some amendments related to the master plan, separate from this.
Okay.
That relate to their construction management plan and some other detailed things that
environmental issues and surface
that
issues.
surfaced after the original master plan review. So there is another application that will be in front of you, which I think is probably more to the issues you've been hearing about and we've been hearing about. This is kind of following up. I mean, like I said, originally the phasing anticipated that the Country Day Lower School building would be the first building built. There are a lot of reasons why that is not proceeding necessarily at this time. The opera, or the main rehearsal hall that they use now, I don't know if you're aware, had a structural failure over the winter. They were unable to use it as the gym for the Country Day School since January. So in addition to, I think, some of the back and forth between Country Day and the music school about whether Country Day is staying on the campus or not, or how they're going to make that all work out, now there's also this immediate need for the music school to move forward with the facilities that they're intending for their campus. So again, we've dealt with the scenic review on the lower school. It remains to be seen, I guess, where and when that may move forward. This scenic review has to be done no matter what before these buildings can proceed. So, but again, there is another application coming your way soon.
Okay. Yeah, that was in our packet and then continued. That's an interesting topic because we all heard about Country Day School's interest in moving to the Moore property when that was in play. And we had just finished completing this master plan. Tremendous amount of staff work and board time went into that. It's kind of raised the question for me, was that campus work invalidated if it's not for both parties in the future? You know, it obtained these sort of 40-foot height limit exemptions and any number of other, considerations, given that it was going to serve these two community institutions. And if it's not for both institutions, does it still hold? I mean, it seemed like those were material representations to us as a board.
Yeah, and I've definitely had that discussion with them. I think everyone is aware that at some point, once anybody knows what things are going to look like going forward, that if it is only the music school, they will need to come before you and amend their master plan. But the discussions I've had with them, about these buildings is that I think these were very clearly represented, the rehearsal halls, as primarily facilities needed by the music school to replace the inadequate facilities that are there currently. They would also be used by the Country Day School, but I think these were ones that clearly were the priority for the music school for their campus. So in my mind, I think I've felt fairly clear that without knowing if it's two organizations or one going forward, that I think these were pretty clearly represented as the primary need for the music school, and that those would go forward no matter what. I think, yes, then yes, there's definitely a more extensive conversation. If Country Day is not going to be there in the future, what does that master plan look like and what may or may not change?
Michael?
It was my understanding during those hearings and subsequent approval was that it was clear that the music school was the owner of the property, and they were the applicant. And that the music school, the Aspen Country Day, was a leaseholder on the property. And they were just in a partnership of applying for this master plan, but they were in no way the applicant. So I don't think, my understanding would be that this was an application for the music school, and the Aspen Country Day had no real standing as an applicant, just as a collaborator. That's my understanding. But let me ask Suzanne. So you bring this forward and you're showing it to us. And so, what are the possible reactions that you're looking for from us?
As you can see, we've drafted an administrative decision approving the buildings. The issue that brought this into scenic review was the height. And when you look at our scenic criteria, and I guess those are probably run through in Alan's memo. I don't have the code section right in front of me, but what we're looking at is what is the impact as seen from the road. And obviously, knowing that we were going higher than 28 feet, there was the thought of, is this going to create more, be more visible, create more impact, be more of a scenic issue than not. I think, they've shown us the design. It's consistent with, location-wise, all the issues, the relationship with the pond, all of those pieces kind of related to the historic buildings that are being removed. I feel like they have addressed that. For us, the scenic review isn't so much a design review of whether I like the look of the buildings or not. It's what is the impact is seen from the road. And I think, they're large mature trees, they're all going to remain. It's clearly going to look very different when you're on the campus, when you see much taller buildings than anyone is used to seeing out there. But that's kind of not the point of the scenic review. Is really what we're seeing from Castle Creek Road.
But when we did the approval, we anticipated, because we gave this 40-foot limit to them, we anticipated that it would look substantially different, didn't we?
Correct.
So you're saying that this application or these designs don't materially differ from their representations in the application.
Yeah, I mean, this basically just gives you a more of a true design for what's going to be there. Again, at the time, we were talking in boxes, and we're still talking in boxes in order to accommodate what they need. But now you're seeing a little bit more of materials in the actual shape of the buildings and how they're addressing that. How they're dealing with the fact that these are pretty sizable structures that are going to go down there, and how they have that address the pond and deal with sort of the pedestrian, that experience of being on the campus. Right, so I think it's just providing an additional level of detail that we did not have at the time of the master plan.
How does the translucent roofs comport with our lighting code? Outside lighting is supposed to be down.
That's exterior lighting. We don't regulate interior lighting and the spill out. Again, I asked the question of them to try and get a sense of that, but we don't. Our regulations don't limit that. If it was lights on the outside of the building, that is something we regulate, but it doesn't really speak to light coming from the inside of a building to the exterior.
Yeah. I'll finish, please, Michael. I just have a little concern. I mean, looking at this one picture is hardly illuminating for me as to what the final effect would be across the square footage of the tops of these roofs, because this picture doesn't even look like it's taken fully at night. I mean, it's not a dark sky, it's kind of dusk-like. And, this is a lot of square footage. Added up, it's probably a couple football fields worth of potential bleeding light out of the top of that. And as we can see from the other plane, you start to get pretty close to the top of the road. I can just imagine, I don't know that translucent roofs were part of our discussion.
I guess I would have to clarify. I don't know exactly if the entire roof is this material or not. I don't know that. I don't know that I can answer that.
I mean, it's just I know how precious dark skies are at night here. I know the concerns that we've seen with Castle Creek residents before on aesthetic matters. And, we all know it when we're driving towards a destination and you see the pink glow of the sky many, many miles before you get to the town or the community because of the lighting. And this is in a residential rural area. I am just concerned about that choice.
Again, and I would need to ask them to verify, but I think I'm assuming that this is translucent, the upper level of the siding.
Yeah, no, the siding, I'm fine.
And not the roof.
Not the roof.
But I would have to confirm that. So, I can certainly follow up on that in terms of finalizing the decision.
Okay, I think that's an important thing to be clear on. I just don't want it to be, we all know we're going to get comments about the size of the building no matter what afterwards. We all took that leap, and in support of Music Festival to do that, I just don't want any surprises to say, well, I didn't know the roof would be like this. Maybe it's not, maybe it's just these, kind of very limited renderings we have in front of us that make it appear that way.
And by translucent, we're talking this, not this portion, not the clear portion in terms of the side. And that's the way I read this too, if you look real close to that.
Yeah, the text of the application does talk about painted standing seam roof, but again, I think it's definitely worth just clarifying, are we talking about that side paneling on the upper level or
not? Michael?
Well, I would be concerned if the roof was entire, but I don't think it is, because otherwise you have no place to put any of your utilities or anything. So, but this is, again, it seems to me, part of the conflict of let's have solar, yeah, but there's solar glare. Let's have hydropower, yeah, but we got to keep water in the stream.
And it seems to me what this is let's reduce our energy costs by having natural light in our building. But the cost that you pay is the light that exits the building at night. But during the day, you have plenty of natural light, and even in the evenings, you have plenty of natural light. So it's one of those emerging conflicts of trying to do the best design and trying to conserve energy, but there are impacts to that too. But you know, maybe we need, if we're very concerned about it, maybe we need a presentation from the principals here on what the impacts could be from this.
I mean, it very well may be a non-issue. We have, again, some pretty thin renderings of what it's going to look like. I'm happy if Suzanne can investigate it further and find out what is on the roof, because it could be something that you request some sort of louvered system on the inside that closes it off, you know, that is a shading system. It doesn't, you know, it just is better to know about it in advance and have the dialogue than to just ask them later to retrofit. I mean, that would be, you know, yucky. And, you know, I don't want to draw any conclusions. I'm just asking the question because I know, you know, the parties that we will be dealing with this. It's their neighborhood, and everyone loves the music festival, but you still want to get it right. Any other board questions or comments on this? Thank you for your work on that. Appreciate it. Okay, where did my Now we do go to the other items, but how about we take a little 5-minute break, folks, and then begin again? Okay. I know where I'm at. It is now about 2:25 in the afternoon on Tuesday, June 7th. We will continue with our agenda. The first item being future agendas. Do you have any?
I have one item just to make you aware of. On June 23rd, there's a pre-disaster mitigation planning meeting coordinated out of the Sheriff's Emergency Management Office. And I think there's a press release that's coming out today on it. It's something that's done every 5 years. It's part of the Homeland Security, what's needed for natural and non-natural disasters in the community. And members of the Public Safety Council are participating in it, and I believe the public is being invited. It is from 8:30 a.m. to 12:30, and it will be in Aspen City Council chambers.
Okay, so that was the item that Grady had mentioned to us prior when he was here for something about a week or 10 days ago. He gave us all a letter. I had asked John to make sure to bring it back up to us to see if we had a BOCC member who would like to or who could attend. I have a flight out to a cousin's wedding that weekend, and so I know I cannot. I booked that a couple months ago. Is that of interest to anyone?
I've got a doctor's appointment in the morning, so I could sit in on some of it, but not all of it.
Okay.
What did you say the time frame was?
8:30 to 12:30.
And the 23rd.
23rd, which is a Thursday. And I believe they're going to have a second meeting in July also, because I just got an email.
I can attend that.
Okay, that would be great, and we'll let Jack know too, in case he'd like to. But, this is not just it's how to mitigate and prevent those disasters as much as how to
prepare
respond.
for and respond and mitigate.
I do have a tentative date for the second meeting, which is going to be July 21st.
Okay.
Same time, 8:30 to 12:30. I just got that email.
And I'm sorry, did you say the location or?
Aspen City Hall. I think they're in council chambers.
Okay. Does anyone have any agenda requests? The only thing I would note, Phyllis, we had talked with John about the strategic plan retreat day of Monday, June 20th, perhaps being from 11 to 5 instead of 1 to 5. And I don't know if John has decided that, he can do it in a shorter time frame, but he had said more time would be better. It's just not reflected in this yet.
I believe it's been rescheduled for that.
Yeah, 11. Okay, yeah.
It is 11, so.
Okay.
Is that not in the future agenda?
No, it's still listed at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Is that going to be a bag lunch or?
No, we're bring lunch in.
Okay. Just so you prepare for it.
Okay. Anyone else with any questions or comments for the agenda coming up? There appear to be none. We'll move along and discuss agenda things again next week. Okay. Board membership reports?
Should I go first?
Yep, you're there. Northwest Council of Governments.
I attended over in Vail the Northwest COG meeting last week. It was a pretty shortened meeting because we had a presentation at the end from Colorado Development Sustainability Group, which is a group that basically gathers information for best practice use throughout the state. And I'm passing on some of that information through John Peacock. There were 2 documents just for that we went over that I will put in the read box for people's pleasure. The Northwest Council of Governments annual report. And we had a very interesting presentation from a company called Evergreen Clean Energy Group, which does, they're working with the beetle kill, making energy plants for creating energy from burning biomass facilities. And they're actually starting to put 2 or 3 of these in around Colorado. So I'll put that in the read box as well. So the rest was mainly logistical budgeting stuff, continuing our, we're going to continue for an extra 4 months the energy efficiency programs that they're doing.
Oh, okay.
So, but I'll put some of that in the read box for everybody.
Thank you. And was there anything separate or anything from rural resort
Nothing
region?
from rural resort region.
Okay.
I think
Are they
that
still
meeting's coming
considering
up.
folding that into?
They
back
are,
into?
but they're not right. They're not doing it right now, but they're still talk about it.
Okay.
I think the rural resort meeting is coming up a month from now, so.
George, Core?
We won't meet till the end of this month.
Okay. QQ will be meeting the end of this month as well, the 29th. And I think that will be up in Grand County. So that's going to be a long drive after the Drosty celebration. So CCI, as you guys know, Jack is over there now. They are putting together a task force of CCI members to try to address what is emerging as some dysfunction in the organization based on partisan politics, I guess would be the easiest way to describe it. When this fall's meetings came up, January's early, the new chair and vice chair of each subcommittee is selected. And it turned out there was already a slate prepared via email behind the scenes, only to some parties. And others have gotten fairly upset. There's been some counties that have talked about whether they need to withdraw or not. And it's just more that it's an unhealthy situation. And there was a time period, 15 years ago, I wasn't there then, when a lot of the major counties were not members of CCI anymore for those very reasons. And so it was really kind of finally brought to the board's attention, and they're putting together a task force, and each district is going to select 2 members to see if there's any policy changes or more if it's maybe an awareness. It was most frustrating kind of to learn that a lot of the members of the executive committee were privy to and receiving this email and watching who was putting their names up for the leadership positions, and then people who never participate in those given policy meetings were calling in or coming in just to vote on that one leadership role and then disappearing and not participating anymore. So the organization is trying to address that. But, for most issues, I think it's a very cohesive organization. I was just down there on Friday to work with a continuing effort for health care, child welfare protection services reform in the state. And I've given you guys the bookmarks that you've seen. It's called Real Colorado. They'd like it to become a benchmark by which all programs, whether it's human services or public lands or transportation, are measured by. That's whatever the policy is it responsive, is it efficient, is it accountable, and is it locally delivered, and use those standards to evaluate new state legislation. Nan Sundin is putting in a lot of work on this. I want to really give her a lot of credit, make sure everyone knows that. But the human service organization directors are going through all the state and federal mandates that they need to work under and are trying to redline the ones that they think are not really getting any results at all and see what we can do to move further to eliminate those so you can get more time with the families and kids who need the help and less time, kind of doing redundant paperwork. And so that effort is ongoing. We had a meeting with Sue Birch, who's the director of the Governor's Office for Human Service Delivery, and more discussions about why the computer systems are failing and what they can do about it, and again, this larger mandate reform. So that is my CCI update for this time. Club 20 will be having its subcommittee meetings in July, as they always do. Charlotte will get information on that if anybody else would like to attend. Everything from energy, transportation, tourism, water. I will not be able to attend those because they conflict pretty squarely with the NACO trip this summer. But others, again, are very welcome to attend. And then they'll be having their big fall meeting the weekend after Labor Day. So we'll see what happens then. Colorado River Roundtable Basin, they had a big meeting of 4 different basins, including the Gunnison, the Yampa White, and the Colorado, and I think it's the San Juan, the Western Slope basins, to respond, to think about responses to the report to the governor about new supply development. And I think it'd be fair to say people are as concerned as ever about the bullseye being drawn on the Colorado Basin as the last basin left to develop. There's a potential task force forming to study the feasibility of the Aaron Million proposal to bring water from the Flaming Gorge. A lot of suspicion about that, but also concerns that the train is leaving the station, and if there's no representatives from the Western Slope, their issues won't even be raised. But it's a little bit of a big stick that says, well, if you won't work with us to do diversions, traditionally across the state, we'll just go out of the state to divert the last remaining share of Colorado's water from the compact through Flaming Gorge. So there's, I just like to say, I think a lot of the focus is on the settlement agreement. People are happy about that in a broad sense that at least, 10 years of negotiations have come to some closure, and there's some explanations about what it does and what it doesn't do, but it doesn't preclude further diversions from our area, and it actually allows the last of the diversions out of Grand County to occur. But there hasn't been a real formal response from our basin. What people really are trying to bring back, the main thing is that, Lake Powell and Lake Mead are our savings account. Those are our reservoirs to make sure that we fulfill the compact, and how much more we divert here without paying attention to that compact issue puts all water users in Colorado at risk. So that just continues to bubble up as the big issue. Michael, Root Eye Water and Power Authority?
The last meeting we had, which was last week, they're having a discussion on how to collaborate with Warren Fork Conservancy and Ruapa to implement projects that were outlined in the watershed plan. That was essentially it.
ACRA?
ACRA, the last meeting we had, we talked about, we had a guest speaker who talked about baggage delivery in Aspen. So you check in your bags at home or at the airport when you leave home, and they arrive at your condo or hotel room when you arrive. You don't have to do anything else.
My baggage never even gets to the airport, never mind.
They had a business representative that does all the cruise ships and hotels down in Orlando. So they deliver thousands and thousands and thousands of bags.
Okay. And RAFTA?
RAFTA has a retreat coming up 2 days. You're all welcome to come. And it's sort of trying to look out into the future, what these various jurisdictions are going to look like according to their planners.
Very good. Nordic Council.
The Nordic Council, we talked about the importance of maintaining, retaining Ashcroft as a viable Nordic center, and that's what I brought forth last meeting I was here in terms of a collaboration, a meeting with all the parties that are involved up in Ashcroft in terms of trying to work together in terms of an overall master plan. So.
Okay. Is that something we need to schedule a meeting on as a board, or Mike, you have a question?
Well, Open Space and Trails is very interested in that issue also, so I think it needs to be coordinated through community development in whatever fashion that can happen.
Yeah, we actually thought that, at least in Nordic Council, my suggestion was that probably the Forest Service should be the facilitator coordinator of that, since
since they're the main party up there, but to bring in all the other entities, Open Space and Trails, Historic Society, the Nordic Council, any other interested parties, ACES as well. So we talked about that last time. I don't know if staff has followed up in terms of bringing it together or discussing that with the Forest Service to see if they're interested in bringing those meeting together.
Thank you. Well, that seems to be all our board reports. Open discussion. Does anybody have any items today, or would we like to move those till tomorrow, open discussion, at the end of our regular meeting, because we have so much staff here to talk about some other items?
I could wait on mine.
Yeah, if it's timely, we certainly would do it today, but otherwise we do have tomorrow. Is that okay with everyone? Okay. Then we have working agreements. Are these here just as our kind of once quarterly to read through them, and there's no real discussion items associated with that? Okay.
Could I ask a favor?
Yeah.
We want to, this is a little bit timely, we wanted to show you under open discussion a draft of the reapplication form.
Okay.
And so that we can start getting them out.
Okay.
And I will just take about 3 minutes.
You can pass. I know it doesn't shine in my eyes, but I would want to be able to.
We can pass these out.
Okay.
And then we're just going to show you how they would work online.
Okay.
You can email this out, and the first one is the form. And they'd open the link. Choose laptop? Yeah. I just choose that. That's what I'm going to do.
You want laptop?
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. And you open it. And they can just fill in this form. Some of these have drop downs. This is going to have a drop down for a calendar.
Okay.
We put in today. You can fill out their name and their information, and then what board they're reapplying for is also a drop down. And the questions that we thought you wanted to ask were these 4. Why are you interested in continuing your service? Do you have suggestions for making the board more effective? Meeting attendance, and how to make their contribution more meaningful. And I forgot to say at the very beginning, we did include this block that thanks them for their service. If I can get back up.
Yeah, we can see that on.
This one right here. So we'd like to start sending these out, but we wanted to get your final approval on the form and see if we missed anything. And anything you want to add?
George?
If there's limited space for filling in these blanks, so if this is going to be done electronically or by hand, electronically, would they have the opportunity just to sort of continue on down? They wouldn't be
I believe
boxed
those
in?
blocks will expand, but I will double check on that.
Okay,
Put as much information.
even if you were to just to, hopefully most would send it in electronically, but if they decide to handwrite, then maybe we need to make a note, if more space is needed, add,
Right.
something like that.
And then when they're done, they're just going to click on submit form. It'll come right back to us.
Michael?
On the third block, I think down below, have you had any difficulties in attending meetings? I would like to have it phrased, do you anticipate having any difficulties? Instead of sort of reviewing their past record and, I had, like, there was a snow, in other words, do you have conflicts with this obligation. That's all. Yeah, just to look forward.
I'm in agreement with that. Rob?
One of the concerns that I brought forth when we were discussing this is also having a process where the staff liaison can review the participation of the board member, so we have an indication of their value to the board. I'm sure, we appreciate our board, citizen board people tremendously, and I'm sure everybody out there is doing a great job, but one of the difficult situations is when we don't want to resubmit someone on a board. In that situation, we have to be prepared to have a process for that to happen, unfortunately. So is there a process, not on this form, because this is just the reapplication, but where the staff member who's responsible for that board somehow contacts our board and says, well, this person, this is the next step, huh?
We were just going to give you this in preparation for the meeting that we'll have when John is here. But on the library board and the animal shelter board, and there's a third page on the conflict of interest committee. But we had, in this memo, we put whether staff recommended the appointments. So we could do it in the agenda summary, or we could do it in the memo form, but we would put that in there so you would know that.
I think I must have been traveling at the meeting when we discussed this, because I can just see a real awkwardness. What if a staff member does not recommend someone for reapplying, but our board wants them for some reason, and we reappoint them, and it's become some sort of public document that the staff liaison did not appoint them, or did not want them on the board. I mean, that's kind of what it's saying. And I think it's up to us to make that reapply, and thank you very much, but your service is no longer needed decision, which is the hard call. But to put it off to a staff member to say that, and unless the staff member is somehow channeling us or has pre-discussed with us what we want out of the board or how we'd like the board to shape and change, that's putting them in a very awkward position. I mean, that's just my initial thought. One second, Rob, let's just hear around the room. George?
Yeah, I thought the way we decided to address this was to have an executive session. And the executive session would be the opportunity for us to discuss an applicant and have the opportunity for the staff to provide that input without impairing the reputation of any of our committee members. We already had this discussion, so I don't see a need for this another process. We have an interview process. We're going to have, if needed, we decide an executive session in terms of appointments, if needed, and discussions. We've already had this discussion.
Michael, and then Cole.
Yeah, I agree with George. That we just, in executive session, we'll hear from staff liaison. We don't need an explicit recommendation or non-recommendation on a piece of paper.
I agree with that, just because, again, I think it puts the staff member in just way too awkward a position. Maybe they have one thought, but don't want to upset us, so they don't say it, or they don't want to upset the other board members of the member. That, it almost puts them like in as a regulation enforcer for a housing unit, counting how many days someone has a cat or something. Rob?
Well, I'm not going to discuss our executive sessions, but George wasn't here for some of our executive sessions, so maybe we can discuss that in executive session today. This is not a club we're appointing these people to. This is a reality. This is trying to get the best person to provide the best information to advise us as a government body. The reality is not always does the best person does someone do the best job. I fire people at my work all the time. Not all the time, but occasionally. It's not the most pleasant scenario in the world, but it's a reality. It happens. Information, we need to have the proper information. We are not attending these meetings. If a staff member is withholding information that someone is not doing their job as a citizen board appointee. We need to have that information, and that's what I'm afraid of. That's why I say that we need a systematic way of just saying, you're going to be reviewed on an annual basis or for your reappointment with these characteristics. So when they accept the position of being on that citizen board, they are well aware that when they are up for reappointment, they are going to be reviewed on criteria X, Y, and Z, and it's going to be an honest review of them. That, to me, is just kind of a reality of any position where someone is giving input to policy making. They're not making the policy, but they are giving input to policy making.
And you know, I'll be clear, I agree with what you're saying, and I think a review is fine. But I don't think that we can pass off the recommendation to staff to say, well, do you recommend them to be reappointed, or you want us to look for someone else, and pass off our responsibility of evaluating that information they give us. That's where I'm drawing the line, is I don't think that it's an appropriate role for staff members to essentially create their own boards by telling us who they like and who they don't like, and weighing those things a little subjectively. Maybe a little more forgiveness for one person who's had an attendance record because they tend to support the staff position, a little less, for someone else because they're always disagreeing or challenging staff. I mean, this is not about creating a staff program of appointing boards. Whether getting their input, yes, getting some input, absolutely. But I think it puts our staff in an awkward position, and it might be fine when they're saying yes, reapply, reappoint. But when it finally comes down the line, they say, no, I don't think you should reappoint this person, and it's in a form that they're going to get a call from the newspapers to say, why did you say you don't think they should be reappointed, and upset the other board members about their trust relationship with staff and how well they can discuss their feelings with staff, or how freely they can disagree with staff, and help direct staff. The boards direct staff, not staff direct the boards, and so I'm a little nervous about crossing those boundaries.
My point is that staff make recommendations to the board all the time. This is merely a recommendation on their board, on the board that they're overseeing. We're going to make the decision, no question about that. Don't get me wrong. We're the policymakers, but the staff can make a recommendation to our decision.
George?
I go back to, again, I think we already had the discussion, regardless if I miss an executive session, unless you negated our executive session that we went through this process prior, I think that we've had this discussion. Whether the staff makes a recommendation, the other side of the coin is, what if the staff decides to not make a recommendation? Again, that's putting that volunteer person reputation at hand, and we had that discussion in terms of why we were not going to do that.
Michael?
Yeah, it's executive session.
Okay. I think we have a discussion on that. But back to the other form. Since this is a renewal application, I guess one of the things I'm most interested in hearing from people is what are the, either top 3 issues your board is working on, or what are the top 3 challenges. I mean, these are, it could be a combined question with one of these, because I know you don't want to get it too long. So maybe it's, why are you interested in continuing your service on this board? What do you feel that, top 3 accomplishments have been during your time, or something like that, or what have been the most interesting issues you've had to work on during your time, so that we get a little more specificity out of them. And so that's the only thing I would try to find a way in, is biggest issues and biggest challenges. So when maybe that's challenges can go under, what can Picken County do to make your contributions citizen board more meaningful? What are the biggest challenges your board face? Let them go from there as a more wide open question. Is that something others would see some agreement on? Okay. Any other information that we want on here? under phone, you may ask for cell phone as well as home phone, type of thing. Okay, any other comments at this time? Okay, thank you for working on this. The process is really going well. We're channeling through an awful lot more infused on a regular basis, and we appreciate your work on this. Okay. Our agenda now calls for a special meeting, executive session, to discuss open space and trails negotiations and water negotiations. John, do you have any more specificity to that?
Yes, and the Solis County marijuana regulations. The open space negotiations pursuant to CRS 24640224E, and the other two items are pursuant to 24640224B.
Okay. Does anyone care to make a motion to go into executive session? Excuse me. First I have to call the special meeting. Ask a question.
Special meeting.
Yeah.
Make a motion for the special meeting.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We're in a special meeting. Now we will discuss the executive session. Rob?
Just for George's sake, could we add legal discussion on citizen board appointments, just to have him be aware of some of the discussion that took place while he was not in
Here.
executive sessions?
Sure. I'm okay with that. Okay, and so we need a motion to go into executive session to discuss the medical marijuana regulations, water negotiations, open space and trail negotiations, and advice from our attorney on citizen board appointments. Is there a second? Do we need to recite the citations again? Are they already part of the record?
No, they're part of the record.
Okay, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There are none opposed. We'll give Grassroots a few minutes to break down. Thank you, Grassroots. And we can let the record reflect that, at least at the initial part of the meeting, G.R. Philiding, Dale Will, Chris Selden, and Ellen Sassano have been invited in. Whoever, and Barb, who's hiding in the corner, have been invited.